Good morning. The May 21st, 2025 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You can also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate during the using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or in the rear of our chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff. Please note, if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through in order to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Reverend Carlton R. Fogg, Jr., Veterans of Foreign Wars, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Please join me in prayer. Gracious Father, thank you for bringing us all here today to do the business for this great city. Father, I ask you to be with everybody, keep their minds sharp, their opinions to themselves. Father, also it's just the month of May where we honor our military. And as we enter Memorial Day on Monday, let us not forget those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for this great country. I ask this in your most gracious name. Amen.
Amen. And will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, ma'am. I pledge
allegiance to the
This is the ceremonial portion of our council agenda. And for the first item, I want to invite our Human Resources Director, Vince Zamora, to join us. Good morning. I hate when anyone gets a bigger applause than me. So. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better for everyone else. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Sue Lynn Castleberry. Sue Lynn, would you please join us? Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. Sue Lynn joined the city in 2002 and is a human resources technician. Sue Lynn shows extreme care and dedication to her position and the department. While also maintaining her own workload, she is ready to help answer anyone's questions without hesitation. When we have hiring events for larger departments, she steps up to break through the heavy workload, taking on responsibilities such as doing background checks. Sue Lynn is extremely dedicated and will not quit a job until it is complete. Her motivation inspires the entire team. Sue Lynn is also an excellent teacher who has mentored many new employees in human resources and across the organization. She puts a smile on everyone's face she interacts with. Sue Lynn, thank you for all of your hard work, and I'd like to give Vince an opportunity to say a few words, and then we'll take a photo. But on behalf of all of the people of the city of Las Vegas, I want to thank you for your service and congratulate you for receiving this well-deserved reward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We really appreciate it. You know, these employee recognition programs are so important to our engagement with our employees, and without your support and that of the city manager's team, we wouldn't have the positive engagement that we have with our employees. So thank you very much. I've got some words to say about Sue Lynn. She started with the city in 2002. She joined the human resources team in 2017. And since that time, I've seen her progression in serving what I believe are the best customers that we can possibly have next to our citizens, and that is our employees. So, Sue Lynn, thank you very much. But I do have some things that I want to share. So I've got a list. And these are, what's really interesting about this this award for Sue Lynn is she was nominated by multiple people within our department. And some of the comments that those individuals shared with us were, Sue Lynn consistently exhibits the most selfless behavior I've ever seen in an employee. She is always doing whatever she can to ease the workload of myself and other employees by taking on extra tasks herself without even being asked to do so. Another person said, I have found Sue Lynn to be dependable, very helpful, and never begrudges a question that I need help on. Another person said, even when she's bogged down with work, she will come to the counter and help when she has a massive onboarding or when we are down a person. She shows leadership and is a little powerhouse when it comes to getting her work done. From her supervisor, Joseph Purcell, Sue Lynn is the longest tenured member of the HR records team and is one of the most driven people I have worked with. She shows unmatched initiative when it comes to taking on projects. Oftentimes, Sue Lynn likes to operate unnoticed, but it is impossible to miss the impact she has on our division, and it is even more difficult to quantify the magnitude of her impact. We are so lucky to have her, and we're certainly so much better because of her. I can just tell you, I'm so proud of your accomplishments, Sue Lynn, and thank you very much for being part of our team and service to us.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, would you care to say a few words?
Thank you so much for selecting me for this award. It means a lot to me. But I especially want to thank my coworkers for selecting me or nominating me for this award. It means so much to me. I'm just so blessed and honored to be selected. It's been a pleasure to work for the city for the past 23 years. Thank you very much.
Can I invite everybody to go to the front?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
For our final ceremonial today, Councilwoman Nancy Bruni. For our final ceremonial item today, Councilwoman Nancy Bruni will recognize a local business that is making our community a better place. Councilwoman, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking out and I'm seeing a lot of pink. I feel like some of us got a pink memo today. So good morning, everyone. I'm pleased today to be able to honor Walker Furniture and the Alterwitz family, Daryl, Larry, and Linda. 4 years ago, I knew about Walker Furniture primarily as my family's own furniture store, or my own family's furniture store. But over the years, through my service on various boards, including the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, and my work with different initiatives, I've come to appreciate how entrenched Walker Furniture is in our community. Many of you know about the annual Home for the Holidays event they do, but they do so much more. I know they've been partnering with the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority and Metro's Dream program, among many other partners. By providing furniture, including beds and dining room sets, to families in need, they have acknowledged the dignity of these families and planted seeds of hope around which these families can move forward. By supplying furniture and decor to organizations and institutions that are taking care of our community, such as Metro's new Wellness Center, they have offered support and relief so that these organizations can focus on their mission of protecting and serving our residents. Through their regular sponsorship of music and writing contests, Walker Furniture and the Alterwitz family have built community and connection. I've come to realize that these beautiful pieces of furniture in their stores are simply a means to an end, and that is building connection and investing and creating community in the city that we all love and call home. At this time, I would like to invite a few folks to say a word of thanks. If we could have the video, please.
I would like to give a sincere thank you to our community partner, Walker Furniture. Earlier this year, they provided much needed furniture to one of our families. In addition to the furniture, they also provided $600 in gift cards. The family was overwhelmed with gratitude at such an amazing gift. We want to let you know that we appreciate everything you do, not just for our residents, but for all of the residents of Southern Nevada. Thank you, Walker Furniture.
Just wanted to say a resounding thank you to Walker Furniture for being such a tremendous partner for us and our community. Anytime that we've called for their help when we're conducting our outreach, you've always been the first to stand up and rise to the occasion and be there for those that are in need. So we're all eternally grateful and really appreciate the partnership. Thank you very much.
I'd like to send out a huge shout out to Walker Furniture. Thank you so much for all of your support for our teachers here in CCSD during Teacher Appreciation Week. We are standing in our new staff lounge that was furnished by Walker Furniture. Thank you so much. This is Mr. I, who nominated myself. Mr. I.
Thank you, Walker Furniture, for hearing all the student voices in our community. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
So I think you can feel the love and enthusiasm in the room. So Larry, Michelle, I'd love for you to, and Daryl, please come up. I know you just got here, so please, I'd like to invite you to come up. And as you're coming up again, I just want to thank you and Walker Furniture. Every day you continue to brighten and strengthen our homes by providing beautiful furniture, but also providing seeds of hope to build our community and make it brighter. So thank you. And with that, I'd love to have you say a few words.
Well, thank you, Nancy, for this wonderful award and recognition, Mayor and all the members. thank you so much. Seeing the video was very, very touching. So for myself, and especially my family, Daryl, Linda, and all of Walker Furniture, and Michelle, she is in charge at Walker of all of our community events, and if it weren't for her, I surely wouldn't be able to do it. So thank you so much. It's deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you. Daryl?
I just want to say to you and to the council, thank you for the award, but we don't do it for the award. It's who we are, and it's how we feel citizens must give back. Winston Churchill, I think, said, you make a living not by what you get, by what you give, and that's what we live by. Thank you, everyone.
You can take a picture now. Yeah, we'll take a picture in front, yeah. You've done this before?
Nancy, why don't you have the honors?
Yeah, you need to hold this though, yeah. And you need to be holding that.
Right now.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry. And I do want to recognize members of Metro's Dream program. If you'd like to come up too for a picture.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Did you want to, I know Officer Cruz couldn't be here, so I don't know if you wanted to just say a few words.
They provided it for Ace.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kelly with the Anti-Violence to Community Engagement Program with Metro. We work alongside DREAM in our Office of Community Engagement. And I just want to say a huge thank you because we know you do the Home for Holidays event every year, but we had a family, a mom had 11 children in her house. Half of them were not even her children. None of them had beds. They didn't have a couch or anything. We were referred 2 of her boys to our program just to assist them. They were kind of going down the wrong path, so we were asked to assist. And I went out on a limb, and I was like, I know Walker Furniture does the Home for the Holidays. I don't know if it's too late. So we reached out, and we asked you guys if there was anything you could do. Couple weeks later, we showed up at this house. You guys provided them 9 beds. These kids were laying on the floor, sleeping on the floor every night with no couch, no nothing. So you gave them 9 beds and a couch. And we showed up there and just got to see the kids decorate their beds and decorate their corners in their room. They had 3 beds to a room. And just because of that, like, you brought so much hope to their family. And we were able to partner with them on other things and get their kids jobs and get the mom a better job and just help them with your partnership. And now they have beds to sleep in at night. And I know all of us kind of take that kind of stuff for granted. And you provided that for them. And we really wanted to say thank you and just thank you for the partnership. And you were there. We got to take pictures, and it was amazing seeing those kids get their beds for the first time. So we really appreciate the partnership from a Metro standpoint. And we thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Let's grab another picture.
One more, you guys need to be in it, yeah. Now, one more.
Nancy, do you want to get up right? Nancy, right here. There you go. Yeah. You. Yeah. Find your spot.
Thank you for coming down.
One more. Okay.
One more.
reconvene in about 2 minutes. We will be starting promptly at 9:30. I'd now like to reconvene the meeting of the City Council. We are now on agenda item number 7. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time at 2 minutes. Is there anybody wishing to speak to the City Council? Yes, I think she's still getting ready. All right, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Shondell Newsom for the record. I'm the founder and visionary of Some New Marketing at 1951 Stella Lake Street in Ward 5 for Councilwoman Summers Armstrong. I'm speaking on item number 28. Talking a little bit about 1150 West Owens. Some New is the proposed tenant, and I'm really, really thankful to God for the opportunity to work with my friends and sisters of MYS, Maisha and Laura. We've worked on many projects that have impacted the community here in Las Vegas and throughout the country. We've done many things together as small firms. If you guys don't know about Some New Marketing, we're a family-owned business. My daughter, who was an intern 19 years ago, is today the CEO. We're in partnership with my niece, Carla, who's the director of operations, and my wife, Arlene, who handles all of our HR. She has the hardest job in the world. And I'm really excited about this opportunity because what Some New has done over the last 19 years is we have provided internships in partnership with the city of Las Vegas. We've also provided work to help build out, like batteries included, and the YES program, the Youth Entrepreneur Success Program. That's our mission, that's our vision of what we wanted to do, is provide opportunities for the future workforce here in Nevada. And we've been doing that for hundreds of young people, some who are here today, who have once before started with us as interns in high school and college, and they work full-time with us today. So the many projects that we have the blessing to be a part of, they get to operate it, and the greatest gift that I get is watching them work and watching them do what they do and watching them grow and become future leaders in our community. So that's what this project is about, and I hope and pray that you guys can support it today and support it in the future as we build out in one of the areas that is much needed to have more jobs and more businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Olanda Campos, and I'm here for number 51, Salvador Ibarra Commissary. And it's my understanding that he is getting or trying to get a permit to also getting approved for a food truck outside his commissary. And I am the owner of a restaurant that is 48 feet from where he's trying to put the food truck. I'm here because I think this will affect not only me. We are located on Bonanza between Eastern and Washington. I did some research. We are like 8 Mexican restaurants in that 1 mile. And there is about 7, 8 food trucks. I have pictures of every single place that is there. So I believe competition is good. I think food trucks are good. I myself have a food truck, but I don't think it's a healthy competition to have one within 48 feet of distance and then another one 148, having a restaurant in the front, another restaurant in the side, and I mean, there it goes, you know, and I believe it will affect not only me, but all the vendors that are within that mile. It will affect families. I mean, I've been there for 11 years. We are a family-owned business. With now we have about 27 employees maybe, and it will affect everyone, all the families, the food trucks, the other restaurants, because in that area, we all sell the same food. Having another competition with the situation now, you know, that we are trying to keep prices to be like reachable to people. If you have another one, I mean, it's where I think like if one have an item for $3, the other one will have it for $2.98, $2.97, and we all will decrease.
Thank you so much. We
So-
appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak during this part of the agenda? Please state your name.
My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find Nimrod in Genesis, the 10th chapter, the 6th to the 10th verse. And he's slandered by biblical scholars for thousands of years. Good morning, council. Good morning, Mayor. That was a great news conference.
Okay.
And I consider, well, you can consider drunk drivers as terrorists, actually, because they do it premeditatedly. They get in the car drunk. So, therefore, and happy birthday to Las Vegas, 120th, happy anniversary to Las Vegas, 120th year. This is Agenda 16 and 17. I am in agreement for healthcare staffing services for the Department of Fire and Rescue. Agenda 17, neighborhood services, is for the possible action to approve the 2025-2026 composite interlocal agreement related to the regional homeless coordination and emergency shelter activities, etc. This sounds good because they're giving a whole lot of money to the homeless. You know, I don't know where it's going. But it is a $256,177.72 dead on arrival initiative solution, because even the homeless courtyard shelter sleeping area cannot be kept clean by your contractor, the Behavioral Health Systems. That is heartless and disrespectful and pathetic. Or to put some money to that, just clean the sleeping area. I've spoken on this before about the deaths and the illnesses that happens in that filthy, filthy, filthy place. That is the reason I am for more healthcare staffing services for the Department of Fire and Rescue, because they're always going to be going to the courtyard homeless shelter to pick up sick and dead people because they can't keep that area clean.
Thank you so
give
much.
All this money, this money goes to the Doge. I'm going to tell Elon Musk.
Good luck with that. Is there anybody else wishing to speak with the members of the City Council? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Seth Davis. I'm at 8112 Pacific Cove Drive here in Las Vegas. I'm speaking against 49C on the agenda. This is a variance that was approved by the Planning Commission, but inappropriately in our opinion, in my opinion. It does not meet any of the Las Vegas legal standards for approval. The Planning Commission seemed to ignore the over 75% of the residents in the neighborhood who objected vehemently to this wall extension. It does not present particularly exceptional difficulties or exceptional undue hardship to the owner is required by the title. The applicant shouldn't be granted a variance just to relieve a personal hardship. The applicant also included in his application to the Planning Commission an approval letter from the Harbor Cove Homeowners Association, which did not exist and was fraudulent. The Harbor Cove Association has since rescinded and said that that was not anything that they authorized. The Desert Shores HOA, which is seeds that, also has not granted the approval. And the proposed wall violates both the Harbor Cove and the Desert Shores regulations governing frontage walls and setbacks. It alters the architectural integrity of our small community, 121 residents in the community, and it creates certainly maintenance and liability issues for the homeowners association. So we respectfully request that you deny that variance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Is there anybody else wishing to speak with the City Council? Seeing no one else, we will now move on to agenda item number 8. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several items. The first is item 31, R30 2025 resolution finding the third amendment of the disposition and development agreement between City Parkway and Panther Acquisitions concerning the sale of vacant real property at 505 Robin Leach Lane. There's an abeyance request by staff into the June 4th, 2025 City Council meeting. Item 4025-0008, SUP1, applicant owner 7676 Lake Mead Buffalo LLC at 7676 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 101. There's an abeyance request by staff until the June 4th, 2025 City Council meeting. Item 4125-0036, TMP1, tentative map Sky Summit 125, applicant is Olympia Companies, owner is Canyon Walk LLC on 122.05 acres, generally located southwest of the intersection of Centennial Parkway and the Sheep Mountain Parkway alignment. There's a request by the applicant to table 52A through 52D, 25-0026, VAR1, VAR2, VAR3, and TMP2. Applicant Taylor Morrison of Nevada LLC. Owner is Phantom Group LLC on 3.43 acres on the west side of Tonopah Drive, approximately 442 feet north of Vegas Drive. There's a withdrawal without prejudice request by the applicant. And 54A through 54E, 25-0032, GPA1, ZLN1, VAR1, VAR2, and SDR1. Applicant is Shalom Buchanim, owner ASD Group LLC on 0.71 acres at the southwest corner of Owens Avenue at Henry Drive. There's an abeyance request by the applicant until the June 18th, 2025 City Council meeting, and that will be my motion.
All right. Please vote on the motion. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 9, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the April 16, 2025 regular City Council and April 21st, 2025 special City Council meetings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
Please vote. Post. Post. Did everybody vote A, aye? All right, motion carries. Agenda item number 10. Items number 10 through 27 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Please note that item 13 should reflect Ward 5 instead of Ward 3. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda for items 10 through 27?
Madam Mayor, move to approve items 10 through 27 with the noted change on item number 13.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. We will now hear related items 28 and 32 together. Item 28, regarding the fair market value of the City of Las Vegas owned vacant real property based on the current appraisal report in anticipation of the sale and development of .41 acres located at the northeast corner of J Street and West Owens Avenue. 32, R-31-2025, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding the disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and 1150 West Owens Avenue LLC concerning the proposed sale of 1150 West Owens Avenue is in the best interest of the public and to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the City of Las Vegas. These items are Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Item 28 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Babsky.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council members. Dina Babsky, Director of Economic and Urban Development. And with me here today at the podium is Ms. Maisha Boyce. She is representing the developer, or is the developer. And with us also here today is Mr. Melvin Green with KME Architects. Before I start the presentation, I actually would like to see if my PowerPoint could be brought up. Well, let me tell you about the project.
What would your PowerPoint say?
Yes, so we are bringing forward for your consideration today a disposition and development agreement for a project located on the northeast corner of Owens and J at 1150 West Owens Avenue. And most of us know that that area is very eager for redevelopment. There's a lot of initiative both from the city side and from our development community and our community partners to revitalize the surrounding area and its community. So with that said, if I could show you the picture, but essentially the parcel that's here for your consideration is 0.41 acres. It's vacant, currently vacant land right now. The city previously has attempted to auction the site twice unsuccessfully. With that said, we're very excited to partner with Ms. Boyce on this very exciting project that will have a great impact on this community. So as part of the disposition and development agreement, we are going to sell the parcel once the developer is ready to pull the building permits. So they have to go through all of the pre-development components of the process first, but we will be selling the parcel for $114,000. And the performance schedule in the disposition and development agreement calls for groundbreaking sometime later this fall with completion in 2026. Again, I wish I could show you the, oh, there it is, look at that, ta-da. Okay, we're back in business. Again, the site that's subject for this disposition agreement, surrounding area, as I mentioned, is ready and prime for redevelopment. The vacant parcel and the beautiful rendering created by Mr. Melvin Green, and he will talk a little bit more about the architecture style. But I'm very excited to pass the mic over to Ms. Boyce to talk about what's going into the building.
Thank you, Ms. Babsky. Maisha Boyce, so it's M-Y-I-S-H-A. B-O-Y-C-E for the record. I just want to thank you, Mayor and the Council, for having this opportunity to present such an exciting project for us. We think it is incredibly important to reinvest in communities in which we come from, and this is hopefully just the first of many projects for this area that just deserves so much love. And so I want to thank Mr. Jansen, Ms. Babsky, and the Council for working with us in partnership to make this a reality. As somebody who grew up incredibly low income, to kind of come full circle, to be in a position position to be able to purchase a building in a community that resembles the one that I grew up in just really hits the heart in a way that I can't explain. We're really excited to see this come to fruition and hope that it brings a lot of community benefit. A little bit of background on our company, we're a consulting firm that focuses on community programming. So this speaks right to the heart of what we do, and hopefully that work will continue in partnership with Some New Marketing, who you heard from during public comment, to continue the good work that's being done to make sure communities like this one are represented well. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, some additional renderings of the building.
Good morning, Mayor and member of the board. My name is Mel Green, Principal at KME Architects, and we are excited to be a part of this prestigious project. It's roughly about 4,198 square feet. It's going to be a middle building, 18 feet tall. We'll have a TPO roof system with skylights that will bring in natural light. We have intense landscaping on the J and Owen side. We've talked to Councilwoman Summers Armstrong about the landscaping on the north and east side. So we're making this a very community-oriented project. The interior will consist of two tenant spaces. One is roughly 1,600 square foot, which would be a community training center, flex space. And of course, Mr. Chandel talked about some new, that will be the second tenant. They will have offices, conference room, production area. And we believe that this project will be a great asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing no one, are there any questions or comments from the council members?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am extremely excited about this project. I know that it's been a minute in the making, but they say that good things come to those that wait. And obviously, we're going to get something great in Ward 5 on a corner that has been empty for a long time. And to have two proven community leaders involved in this, Ms. Boyce and then Some New being having a really nice, big space to grow into and bring not only jobs, because I know that's what Some New does, but also training into the community is amazing and is going to fit in very well with the other aspirational projects that we have going up in the community. I want to thank you, Mr. Green, for meeting with me. Yes, I know that I'm getting the nickname of the tree hugger. I keep telling y'all, I'm a Bay Area girl and my Birkenstocks are real, and I have a little hippie in me, and I love trees. And so thank you for honoring the importance of doing everything we can to obey our heat islands. So thank you for those extra couple of trees. And unless someone else has anything to say, I will make a motion for approval.
And would you mind, no action is required on item 28. Would you mind making the motion on item 32?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the correction. I'd like to make a motion for item 32 for approval.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Perhaps. Motion passes, and congratulations. We're very excited about the project.
Appreciate it.
We will now hear related items 29, 30, and 33 together, but act on them separately. Item 29, regarding the fair market value of the City of Las Vegas-owned office building based on the market rent analysis of May 5th, 2025 by Southwest Property Consultants in anticipation of the lease of Civic Plaza office buildings located at the southeast corner of Bonneville Avenue and First Street with addresses of 70 Bonneville Avenue and 525 South Main. Item 30, discussion for possible action regarding the office lease between the City of Las Vegas and Workforce Connections, consisting of 16,435 square feet for a term of 20 years with an option to extend, located on the 4th floor at 70 Bonneville Avenue. And item 33, R-32-2025, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding that the proposed lease of real property to Workforce Connection, a Nevada Joint Powers Authority, consisting of 16,435 square feet office space for a term of 20 years with an option for a renewal period, located on the 4th floor at 70 Bonneville Avenue, is in the best interest of the public. These items are in Ward 3. Ms. Diaz. Item 29 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Babsky.
Dina Babsky, thank you, Mayor, Director of Economic and Urban Development, and I would like to welcome our long-term partners and very notable guest here today, Mr. Jaime Cruz. He is the Executive Director for the Workforce Connections. Also with us here, the Board Chair, Ms. Jerry Merritt, as well as the Deputy Director, Ms. Irene Bustamante Adams. Welcome. We are so excited to bring forward this item. We have been working for a while now to finalize the lease, but it's like was stated just a few minutes ago, it's definitely been worth waiting. I don't have to say much about the Workforce Connections because we all know the great work that they do, but just for a little background, they are our local regional workforce development board. It has been in existence since the 1980 with their name change in 2009 is when they became known as the Workforce Connections. It is governed by a board of our local, a consortium of local elected officials, and our own Councilwoman Diaz is on that consortium. And that consortium appoints 23 board chairs, of which we have the board members, of which we have the board chair here with us present today. Without further ado, just a few highlights on the lease itself. It is a 20-year term, so it is long-term. We're very excited to have Workforce Connections with us for 2 decades to start with, maybe longer later, right? The lease is for the 4th floor of the brand new Civic Plaza Building 2, a little over 16,000 square feet. So it's big. It's a big space. It's going to be designed specifically to the needs of Workforce Connection. The overall lease amount for the full term is almost $12 million. So it's a great investment on both the Workforce Connection side and the city. We are excited to say that the space will be ready for them for move-in on September 1, so just 3 or 4 months away, and then we can all have a great opportunity to have amazing synergies between our new tenant, Workforce Connections, the city, our tenant, Vegas Chamber, so it's going to be a lot of energy and excitement. Without further ado, I'd like to give a word over to Mr. Jaime.
Thank you very much. I'll start. Madam Mayor, we're here to put a ring on it, as they say. 20 years.
Are you proposing to me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. To you and the council. But we couldn't be happier. This has been a labor of love. We worked with your city team, from the design team to the operations team. It's been a pleasure. It just gave us a window into what this relationship is going to be like. Your team is the best. And I'd like to thank our consortium chair, Councilwoman Diaz, who's been a champion of this from the very beginning. I remember over a year ago, we sat up in the city manager's office thinking about this. And so here we are. Again, I'm going to pass it on to our board chair and to our deputy director, but we couldn't be happier, Madam Mayor, members of the council, to be a part of this great project, which is Civic Plaza.
Thank you so much.
To the mayor and, of course, to the city council, this is so exciting. You know, as I've had the opportunity to serve as a board chair, you know, for several years, we've always talked about the space where we are and how much more we could actually do if there was actually more space. So to be able to occupy this space, not only in downtown city of Las Vegas, where it will be more available to not only the community, but others that we serve. We are very excited, and thank you for the opportunity.
Our pleasure.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This is a first of its kind model. So I just want to say thank you for being forward thinking, for preparing for what is to come for this region, and the greatness that we are set up for. So I just want to express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public.
I'd like to say that I agree.
You'll have to come to the mic and state your name.
My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find Nimrod, Genesis 10th chapter, 6th to the 10th verse. He slandered for thousands of years. Be it as it may, I agree with this situation.
Thank you so much for your input. And now I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions and comments from the council? No action is required on item 29, and we will need a motion on item 33 before 30. Is there a motion on related item 33, Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just, out of an abundance of caution, I was checking with our legal counsel, just making sure that as I am the chair of the Workforce Leo Board, I want to make sure there was no conflict for me on voting on this item. And so, Mr. Dorcat, can you just clarify if I am able to vote or not?
Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney for the record. Yes, the ethics law in the state encourages disclosure in most instances where there might be a conflict, but when you're sitting on one board because you are a public officer on another board, disclosure is not necessary. And Councilwoman Diaz is on the Workforce Connections Board because she's a councilwoman here, so a disclosure is not officially necessary, but obviously she essentially just made it anyway. Thank you.
Just want to keep everything squeaky clean. So with that, I can't wait for you all to be across the way and us moving the needle forward for workforce training in our community. So I move to approve agenda item 33.
All right, shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion carries. Yes, you do. Yes, we do.
And wait.
Wait.
One more vote. We're going to go ahead and move to approve agenda item 30.
Okay, shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations. That's very nice. Yes. Okay. Agenda item 31 is held in abeyance until June 4th. Now moving to agenda item number 34. Boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Mayor Shelley Berkeley and council members Brian Knutson, Victoria Seaman, Nancy Bruni, and Chandra Summers Armstrong as representatives on the following boards: Debt Management Commission, Ms. Seaman; Regional Flood Control District, Berkeley and Knutson; Regional Transportation Commission, Berkeley and Knutson; and Southern Nevada Health District, Bruni and Summers Armstrong. Not all seats intended for the City of Las Vegas representation required adjustment at this time, as some seats are held throughout the election cycle until replaced, and some seats without member changes have future term expiration dates. Because of this, the subject does not gesundheit represent all seats the mayor and council occupy on outside boards, and the backup should be referenced for additional information. I move to approve the reappointments. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 35. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2025-3. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2025-3, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive Landscape Maintenance FY 2026, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
Move to approve.
Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 36, bill number 2025-4. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have this bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2025-4, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District FY 2026, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of a neighborhood improvement project, assessing the cost of the project against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
Move to approve.
Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 37, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items number 37 and 38, bills 2025-9 and 2025-10 will be heard at a later meeting. Agenda item 39. Item 39 is on the consent agenda, but I understand Councilwoman Summers Armstrong has asked for it to be pulled for discussion. We will trail this item and hear it after the one motion, one vote agenda. Items number 40 through 46 appear to be on the one motion, one vote agenda. However, item 40 was obeyed and item 41 was tabled earlier in the meeting. Items number 42 through 46 may be considered in one motion, one vote, as they are routine items with no condition changes. Any person representing an applicant or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item number 42, 25-0037-MOD1, applicant owner, Canyon Walk LLC, on the following land use entitlement project request to amend the Sky Summit Design Guidelines, Master Land Use Plan, Phase Map, and Parks Agreement, including associated exhibits on 515 acres located at the terminus of Centennial Parkway, west of Clark County 215. This is in Ward 4, Miss Allen Polensky. Item 43, 25-0056-SUP1, applicant Shortline Gaming LLC, owner 95 LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed gaming establishment, restricted use 1 to 5 machines, with waivers to allow an 80-foot distance separation from an individual care center licensed for more than 12 children, and a 255-foot distance separated from a church house of worship where 400 feet is required at 6202 West Cheyenne Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Summers Armstrong. Item number 44, 25-0068, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner City of Las Vegas et al., on the following land use entitlement projects request on 3.38 acres at the northwest corner of Alta Drive and Falcon Lane, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Item 44A, 25-0068, ZON1, from R1 Single Family Residential to CV Civic. Item 44B, 25-0068-SDR1, for a proposed one-story, 12,800 square foot fire station development. Item 45, 25-0069 ZON1, applicant owner Homes for Hopefuls LLC on a land use entitlement project request from U Undeveloped R Rural Density Residential General Plan designation to RE Residential Estates on 0.96 acres on the west side of Roland Avenue, approximately 1,200 feet north of Ann Road, Ward 6, Miss Bruni. Number 46, 25-0079 SUP1, applicant Thai Massage Golden Beauty LLC owner, Charleston Heights Shopping Center LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 1,530 square foot massage establishment use with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation from a parcel zoned for residential use where 400 feet is required at 5013 Alta Drive, C1 Limited Commercial and C2 General Commercial Zones, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of these items. These are public hearings that I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on items 42 through 46? Please state your name for the record.
Yes. My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find Nimrod in Genesis, the 10th chapter, the 6th to the 10th verse. He's been slandered for thousands of years, but the truth is coming out. This is concerning Agenda 43. I do not agree with the waiver to allow a gaming establishment 80-foot distance from an individual care center licensed for more than 12 children, and a 255 distance separation from a church house of worship where 400 feet is required. What is the present requirement for distance between a gaming establishment and an individual care center licensed for more than 12 children? What is the required distance? Why is it being shortened?
Okay. Would you care to respond to that?
And why is it being shortened? Why should a gaming establishment be moved closer to an individual care center licensed for more than 12 children?
We understand your question, and now we're going to receive an answer.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. So the distance requirement is 400 feet. That distance
Can't hear you.
requirement can be, I'm standing right here. So it's 400 feet, and they can request a waiver through the special use permit, which they have done, and the separation between these uses is by Rainbow and Cheyenne, both of which are 100-foot right-of-ways.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for your interest.
What is the required distance? Because I heard you say something about 400 feet, but that is the distance between a church house of worship and the gambling establishment. I have two questions. Why is the gaming establishment being moved closer to an individual daycare center licensed for more than 12 children? Because in Ward 5, they're having problems with children now attending school. So I don't think moving a gaming establishment closer to a child care center is any good.
I believe he already answered your question, but I'll ask him to please repeat the answer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's 400 feet for both protected uses, meaning for the church and the individual care facility. They have the same distance requirement.
Okay. All right.
You're talking about 400 feet between a church house worship and a gaming institution, 400 feet. I'm talking about, which is a problem for me also.
Mr. Nimrod, we understand what you're saying. This is not the time to get in an argument with staff. He's answered your question, and now we'll hear if anybody else has a question, and then we will vote on the item. Thank you very much.
You didn't answer my question, actually.
Madam Mayor.
Because it's 400 feet between a church house of worship and a gaming establishment.
We understand your concern. Yes, Ms. Summers Armstrong.
You didn't answer my question, partner.
Please have a seat, Eric.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Summers Armstrong, did you wish to comment?
Yes, I do. Mr. Eric, I just wanted to let you know that this is a business that was already existing for some time. This gaming establishment has been there a long time, and it was sold, and the new owner had to reapply for this license. So this is not a new business going in or a new, this is not new. It was already there, and because they had a change in ownership, they had to come and get their license and then come back to us. So we're not adding anything new. So your concern is definitely warranted and it is accepted, but this use was already there. Okay?
Councilwoman, to the best of your knowledge, have there been any problems or complaints with this establishment in the past?
Thank you, Mayor. No, we have not heard anything through business license or anyone else about misuse of this license in this location. So it's definitely carefully reviewed by our business license folks. The Gaming Control Board, of course, also keeps a close eye on it. And we don't think that we're having any issues with children in this establishment or you know, using the gaming facilities in a way that they're not supposed to. So this is just a business use, and your concerns are definitely appreciated.
Thank you for clarifying this. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on items 42 through 46? Seeing nobody else, I will close the public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote items?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve items 42 through 46.
Please vote. Post? Aye. Is there a okay, motion passes. Agenda item 39. 25-0049-EOT1, second extension of time, site development plan review, applicant owner Mammoth Underground LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for an approved 6,580 square feet storage building with waivers of perimeter landscape development standards to allow no additional paving materials where such is required, to allow 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow 28 parking spaces where 30 spaces are required on 2.61 acres at 421 and 507 West Bonanza Road, T5-M, T5 Maker Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission voted 7-0, and staff recommends approval. Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Melissa Ure, E-U-R-E, here on behalf of the applicant.
Would you care to tell us about your project?
Yes, so what the project was is that, as you can see on the aerial here, it's right at the corner of City Parkway and Bonanza, so they have actually the two parcels right here. And they are in the T5 Maker Zone, which has historically been a very industrial area for the city. And what we came through with was back in 2020, although it was approved at the beginning of 2021, was to remove a storage space that they have back here at this back portion of the lot. There's also a Connex box that's currently there that would also be removed, and replace it with a larger, approximately 6,580 square foot storage building where they could place some of their trucks, as well as other materials that can't be out in the sun because it would be degraded. This is used as a contractor's yard. Mammoth Underground does underground utilities. And so this is where they store all of their vehicles as well as all of their supplies. So it would be a prefab metal building. It would be painted to match the existing office building that they already have on site. When they originally came through, we obviously, due to COVID and a lot of the struggle that many businesses were going through, they weren't able to go forward. So we did come back for a first extension of time. That was approved at the time. The owner, he purchased the building. He started having permit plans drawn. However, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness and unfortunately passed at the beginning of this year. So his daughter, who is now taking over the business, wants to move forward with this, but during the time when he was ill, he, for very obvious reasons, did not want to pose too much of a financial burden, and so it was put on hold. So she has every intention of now moving forward with this project, but we're just asking for the additional 2 years' time to allow her to submit the permit plans, get those approved, and then construct the building. When in conversations with the Councilwoman Chandra Summers Armstrong, she did note part of the request originally was waivers for a 0 setback, where a 10-foot setback is required on the east side of the property, which also required a landscape waiver. And so in order to put a few trees back onto the site, unfortunately, if we put them in the yard, chances of them surviving were very small. And so we've agreed that we would put a couple of trees here up along the building, along Bonanza, where they would pose greater use and be more visible. And then also replacing the kind of small palm tree that's here at the parking lot with, again, another small tree in place of that to provide more shade.
All right, thank you so much. May I have a report from the staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The development as approved remains compatible with the existing contractor's yard, the adjacent zoning districts and land uses, which are commercial and industrial in nature, and staff therefore recommends approval of the request for another 2-year period. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe you've already stated this, but you agree to all of the conditions?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Seeing none, is there a motion, Councilwoman Summers Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much for your willingness to, again, help us by adding some trees to abate our heat island. That's a pretty hot corridor. I understand that we can't get anything in the back by the railroad, but this is, I think, a decent compromise. So I appreciate it, and I would like to make a motion to approve item 39.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote?
Madam Mayor, do you want to, through you to the councilwoman, do you want an added condition specific to the landscaping?
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein, for the reminder. With the condition for the landscape, the trees on the northwest front of the building, and at least one type of a shade tree of some kind in the parking lot.
All right, I can turn that into planarese for the record, if you'd like, so I'll read that.
Go right ahead, planner ease.
3 additional 24-inch box trees shall be planted within the landscape area adjacent to Bonanza Road and the existing building. Plant material is to be reviewed and approved by the Department of Community Development's Planning Division prior to the installation of the landscaping. Thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Summers Armstrong, do you incorporate these landscape conditions into your motion?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item 47, 24-0640, variance 1, appeal item variance, applicant owner, Harbor Cove Properties LLC, for possible action on an appeal of the approval by the Planning Commission on a land use entitlement project request to allow a proposed front yard wall that does not conform to Title 19.06 Development Standards for Height on a 0.03 acres at 2980 Harbor Cove Drive, R-PD5 Residential Plan Development, 5 units per acre zone. This is Ward 4, Ms. Alan Polensky. The Planning Commission voted 7-0, and staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Does the appellant wish to come forward?
Thank you. David Brown, 520 South 4th Street, on behalf of the appellant, Harbor Cove HOA. There's going to be a little bit of disagreement between us and the applicant, Mr. Harvey, who's going to speak about the history and whether or not Mr. Harvey ever had the approval of the HOA. We would submit that Mr. Harvey, who at the time was president of the HOA, was able to secure 1 vote from a friend that was on the board, and it was not a formal vote and it wasn't brought before him. But forgetting the history, we can say unequivocally unequivocally today, one, the appellant is Harbor Cove HOA, and two, we've provided a cease and desist letter letting him know that this is not approved, as well as a declaration that has been signed by, since he's still technically, he has resigned as president at his own free will. He's not able to vote on the matter, but the other 3 board members have all signed a declaration that they're against it and do not support it, and I would ask that be submitted as part of the record, and happy to put it on the overhead.
I thank you very much.
Again, what Mr. Harvey is requesting, or the applicant is requesting, is to move a side wall approximately 18 inches from the curb. Right now, it's 10 feet back. Mr. Harvey says one of the main reasons he wants to do this is privacy. We would submit there's no benefit to privacy to having the wall closer to make it easier. He says as it exists, people tend to walk over the rocks to look over his wall and to look in his backyard, but all he's doing is bringing the wall. He's not asking for the wall to be heightened, increased in height. He's basically just wanting to make it easier for people to look over the wall. The reason he wants to move the wall is to increase his backyard space. It's approximately 82 feet, so you would be moving 82 feet to the curb, and that's in the Desert Shores community, a well-walked community where people, enjoy being outdoors. And now people would just be able to look over the wall without having to walk 10 feet over rocks onto his property, look over the wall. The HOA wants to work with Mr. Harvey if that really is his concern on privacy. They will fast track any plants, trees he wants to help secure his privacy. They will work with him. I think he also says there's an issue that these are hard rocks that occasionally dogs use and go to the bathroom. They'd work with him on any other kind of shrubbery, anything else he wanted to put in that space. They would do it on an expedited basis to try to make it work. It's just uncharacteristic with what else is in the neighborhood, and they don't want the wall to be moved forward. There's obviously other HOA issues, which I know don't concern this council, but happy to answer any questions if you have them.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant present? Would you care to tell us about your project?
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Alan Harvey, Harvey. Okay. Sorry. Addressing the issue of not having permission. I do have permission. I even have screenshots from the HOA website telling me that I do have it as of this morning. I don't know if you can see this.
Mm-hmm.
This was taken from the website this morning. Project status approved, okay? And it goes through all the documents approving it. I also have a screen print from, there was one yesterday, here. Oh, it's not very good on that screen because I took a photograph from the computer because I couldn't print it. And it actually states May 20th, 2025, which was yesterday. And they are still pending completion. So as far as the HOA management company are concerned, it was approved correctly. It is still approved, and they are awaiting completion. Okay. You've seen the pictures on the top there. Sorry, I didn't know what the HOA attorney was going to, what argument he was going to give. So unfortunately, my papers are in a bit of a mess.
Could you speak up a little into the mic?
Yeah, my papers are in a mess because I didn't know what the argument was going to be against me.
Perhaps you could tell us why you want to move the
Okay,
wall.
the reason why I want to move the wall, and I'm trying to look for a photograph here, which shows the height difference. There we go. At the moment, you can actually see, standing on there, anybody can look over the wall quite plainly. I'm not on my toes, that's just me looking over the wall. I have another photograph with me standing next to where it should be, and actually the wall is this height. Because this land here is on a massive gradient, okay? So whereas the wall, as you can see in the photograph, is actually 5 feet high, when it actually gets to the sidewalk, it will actually be 5 feet 8 high, which is this high. So you would have to be standing on your tiptoes to try and look over it. Mr. Brown is a very tall guy. He can see over it, yes. The majority of people can't. The HOL, sorry, Mr. Brown suggested that I only come out 5 feet with the wall. And I said, well, no, because I have trees that are at 5 feet. It needs to come out all the way. Then the next suggestion was to come out and put a wall around the trees. Again, I'm coming out pretty much to the sidewalk to do that. But it's not just the people looking over the wall. I get a lot of people, gardeners or whatever, because I've got a lovely tree there with a lot of shade, will actually sit underneath that tree and have lunch. And I'm picking up candy wrappers, chip packets. In fact, even the day that Mr. Brown came and I spoke with him about this, there was dog poo there was chip packets that were tucked beside, no, there were drinks containers that were tucked behind the tree. So the community itself, the wall, and I'm in a bit of a, I've got loads of photographs, but they did have a degree of argument against it, okay, and they got a load of names. But what they were doing was showing this wall, where they were saying, oh, it's going to be similar to the wall that's on Bay Harbor Drive. This is 11 feet high. This is next to the sidewalk. It is not going to be that high. It's going to be 5 feet 8. That is the wall as it stands. And I have some, oh, there we go. That's the picture I was looking for. That would be where the wall would be once it's moved out to the sidewalk. You can see it's higher than what it is when you walk up over the ground. And that's my argument, if you like, in that it does have a degree of hardship, because I have to keep going out and clearing everything up. We have sat in the garden and people have peered over the wall. It's very easy to look over the wall.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah,
Madam
sir.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. I don't want to interrupt. I'm just a bit lost, and so I hate feeling lost as people are talking, so I just want to be, maybe if, Madam Mayor, if you're okay, if we can get a staff report, and then maybe, I just have a question. I don't have a whole lot of HOAs in my ward, and so I'm always kind of lost at where the city starts and the HOA stops and vice versa, and so between this staff report and maybe for our city attorney just to kind of weigh in, just because I'm lost and I apologize. I just want to get caught up to speed.
Hopefully if I read this, then you can make a decision.
If we can maybe start with the staff and maybe city attorney, if you're okay with that, Mayor, and
I
then
am
we'll go
okay.
from there. Thank you.
Okay, staff, may we have a report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, this is an appeal from the Planning Commission's approval of the requested variance. The subject site is an irregular shaped lot that meets NRS requirements for the granting of a variance, and therefore staff is recommending approval. But Councilman, I think one of your questions was about the HOA. So that's a dispute that's a private one. We don't analyze these projects based on HOA rules. So we look at our code, and that's why you have the variance that's in front of you, which is to exceed the required wall height in what is considered the front yard. It is an irregular shaped lot. I think it was in your backup. It shows that for that area, it's quite an unusual lot. And so staff is recommending approval of up to a 6-foot tall wall along that frontage.
I thank you very much. Did you want to read that one paragraph into the record?
What, that paragraph there? You mean on
No, what you just said you wanted to read.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've got something here, which is something that I took a bit of time to write so that hopefully that everybody can understand the...
Well, why don't you go ahead and read it?
Okay, fine. Right, with respect to Mr. Bray and Mr. Brown, attorneys for the HOA, I believe there is no basis for the HOA's appeal as nothing new has been presented and there has been no new change in circumstance since the last hearing when the council approved the variance as to recommend by staff and 0-0 vote. It appears the HOA is now again alleging, as it did prior to the hearing, that the prayer arc approval was alleged in error and incorrect, and my arc application was allegedly deficient. I am not an attorney, but I believe any such allegations will be a civil matter and does not and should not serve as a basis for the council to overturn the prior 7-0 approval.
Thank you. That'll be sufficient, I believe.
Okay.
Is there anybody? Oh,
I'm
yes.
sorry.
Sir.
And it was approved over 12 months ago, by the way.
My last question, then I'll back off.
Perfectly okay.
I don't understand the arc, but before you answer that, to our city attorney, I just don't have a lot of HOAs, and so I don't understand if the city approves, the HOA can still deny. Is that accurate? Or that's where I get lost a little bit.
Jeff Dorkak, city attorney. I would say what you just said is generally accurate. There's separate legal avenues going on here. As Seth described, we are reviewing for the fence from a city Title 19 view, and the gentleman has his own issues with his HOA. Per what he just read and what I can see on the screen, it looks like an application called an ARC went through his HOA, and the HOA approved it in June of 2024. Ultimately, we don't really care about that. It's you and the HOA, as I think both parties would concede. That's between them, and I think Seth said the same thing, or maybe you did at MPT. Again, what we're looking at is our staff report and our Title 19 recommended for approval, and it was approved. The HOA is appealing. At the end of the day, if the appeal is upheld, or the appeal is denied, or the appeal is upheld, we're still going to review only from Title 19 perspective. And once this whole matter is complete, whether it's today or if the item's held in abeyance and later, as the gentleman indicated, the applicant, his HOA issue is going to be between him and the HOA. So we can feel comfortable with what staff and community development is telling us, and we're dealing with the fence from a Title 19 perspective. We don't need to worry about that arc.
Does that answer your question? All right. In that case, is there anyone else that wishes to be heard on this matter? Please state your name for the record. You may continue standing, or you may sit.
My name is Larry Handel. I live in Horizon Lake Drive in the same Harbor Cove neighborhood. I walk my dog 3 times a day throughout the whole property. And I was surprised to see that there was objections to Mr. Harvey's proposal, because actually his house, that property, what he wants to do is actually an outlier as it exists now. It's the only property that has that buffer with his own land bordering the sidewalk. I thought it was community property for the longest time. And it's true. I see all kinds of garbage being laid on that property. And I could see why he'd want to move his wall over. Here's my property, and you can see that's the backside of my property, and there's the same wall. That wall is consistent with every entrance into our subdivision. It goes from north to south. Here's another picture of the road past Mr. Harvey's house. So it's actually makes it more consistent with the neighborhood. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the council on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Staff, are there any conditions that the applicant has to agree to?
No, Mayor, not at this time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Yes, Ms. Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is my item in my ward. Mr. Harvey, thank you for coming down today. For the record, That wasn't me.
No, I didn't think it was.
Just like to acknowledge that you and I have had 2 phone calls, if you recall. Once I called you, you were traveling internationally.
Yes.
So we ended that call. I called you a second time.
Yes.
And we discussed getting paperwork signed by your neighbors across the street. You indicated that this was a very, what we referred to, fully cooked item. And when I asked you about getting the neighborhood support letter, you said you have one neighbor that didn't like it.
One
and-
neighbour that lived opposite, and in fact, he was
and-
at the original
My
hearing.
turn to talk.
Sorry.
And so you wouldn't be able to provide that letter. And just so you know, Mr. Harvey, since then, everybody's hired a lawyer. Cease and desist letters have been sent, and I've had almost 50 phone calls from neighbors saying, don't build the fence. So from my perspective, and this body, we ran for city council and mayor. We didn't run to be the state HOA ombudsman, where HOA items go.
Okay.
So I want to be clear that we are not interested in your HOA war and don't want to participate in it. What I want today for you and the HOA representative, Mr. Brown, to leave here and to negotiate this matter in earnest. I'm going to make a motion, if the mayor is in agreement, for a 30-day abeyance so you gentlemen can work things out and come back with a clean application.
Okay, I did actually get the signatures from the houses that were exactly opposite me, and I thought I supplied you with that.
I've never seen such a thing.
I do. All the neighbours that lived opposite me.
Would the applicant agree to a 30-day
Of course I
abeyance?
will.
Okay. Is that the nature of your motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Oh, Mr. Brown, you want to come to the mic and make a recommendation?
Will you be willing to delay this, will you agree to the council delaying the vote so that you and the applicant can sit down and have a meaningful conversation and come to a more amiable conclusion?
Absolutely.
All right, then we will see you next month. Is that the nature of your motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, asking for a 30-day abeyance.
All right, please vote. Post. Motion for a 30-day delay is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, that would be to the June 18th meeting.
I'm sorry?
June 18th.
June 18th, okay. June 18th meeting, we will rehear this. Okay. Item 48, 24-0631, on the following land use entitlement project requests on 3.93 acres at the northeast corner of Alexander Road and El Capitan Way. 48A, 24-0631-ZON1 from RE Residential Estates to R1 Single Family Residential. 48B, 28-0631-VAR1 to allow private streets that do not conform to Title 19.04 complete street standards for private street requirements and street terminations other than at intersections. 48C, 24-0631-TMP1, Alexander and El Capitan, for a proposed 19-lot single-family residential subdivision with a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer requirement. The applicant is Stone Land Holdings LLC, and the owner is Clark County Vacant Series of the Cab Properties LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project, and staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 4, Ms. Polensky, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive.
Would you
representing
care to
the
tell us what the project is?
Sure. So the location of the site is just to the east of El Capitan Way and on the north side of Alexander. When the application was initially filed, it was filed for a zone change to R1, but showing 19 lots. And the square footage of those lots at that time was 6,500 square feet. This area subsequently, as we kind of got into the application, we became made aware that it is part of the interlocal agreement between the county and the city. And that interlocal agreement says that lots on this particular piece of property have to be 10,000 square feet. And so we subsequently held the application at the Planning Commission for a total, if I recall correctly, of 60 days. It was a 30-day and another 30-day, trying to get our plans revised so that it would reflect 10,000 square foot lots. So what was presented to the Planning Commission and what we're presenting tonight is not 19 lots, it's now a total of 12 lots. All of the lots are a minimum of 10,000 square feet. It does comply with the interlocal agreement. We still do need, though, a variance for our internal street and a 1-foot waiver for landscaping along Alexander. It's 5 feet where 6 feet is required, but we'll still do the same amount of trees. So we still do have that as part of our application. I think it's also important to note, if any neighbors are watching, we are doing street landscaping or perimeter landscaping along Giuliano, along Alexander, and along El Capitan Way. That was something else that came up. There's been confusion in the neighborhood because, unfortunately, the notice continues to say the 19 lots because that's how we initially filed. And so I did have the opportunity to talk to a handful of neighbors over the last couple of days and explain to them that this was not the 19 lots, this was not 6,500 square foot lots. It is now moving forward like we did at the Planning Commission with 12 lots at 10,000 square feet. We talked a lot about what is the interlocal agreement, how does that play here? And there's also confusion because the property is zoned RE, and so RE usually means half-acre lots, but then you look to the master plan, or in this case, the interlocal agreement, and it kind of dictates where to go. So there could be some people here to talk today. They might be watching. I was texting with one of them right before I got up. They've all been very, very nice and very interested in making sure that this is a good project and really fits in with their community as much as it can. So I would like to ask, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I did want to give that long history that even though, again, our plans that have been submitted to the Planning Department and that were presented to the Planning Commission and today reflect 12 lots, we would ask that a condition be added to read subdivision limited to 12 lots. I think that's important, again, for the neighbors to just hear me say, and also put in a condition, since that notice still references the 19, it is redundant and superfluous to what we have filed, but I do think it would be helpful to the neighbors for that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I think first we'll have a staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Staff notes the submitted tentative map has been amended from 19 lots to 12 lots. However, staff does not support the requested variances that would allow substandard street widths, street terminus, and allowing residential lots to extend into the street center line to satisfy setback requirements in the R1 single-family residential zoning district. Therefore, staff recommends denial of all entitlement requests. If it is approved, the condition that Ms. Lazovich alluded to would read, the subdivision shall be limited to a maximum of 12 lots, and that would be placed on 24-0631-TMP1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody else wish to speak on this issue? Seeing nobody, does the applicant agree to the conditions?
Yes, we do.
All right, and would you restate the conditions for us?
Sure, Madam Mayor. So on the tentative map, 24-0631-TMP1, which is item 48C, it would read, "The subdivision shall be limited to a maximum of 12 lots."
Thank you very much. Are there any questions and comments from members of the city council? Yes, Ms. Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Another one of my, in my ward. Thanks for being here today, and thank you for, if he's listening, Mr. Barron out there, for working in earnest to come to accord with the neighbors. I really appreciate the effort on all parties' part to come to a good middle ground. Number one question, I realize that it's a private road, not public, but will there be a gate?
No, there will not be a gate.
Okay. So full access?
We did, I'm sorry, even though it's not a question that you asked, but at the Planning Commission, they did add a couple of additional conditions that at the beginning of the street, of our private street, here off of Giuliano, that we post no outlet so that people wouldn't think they could get through. Those are already part of the conditions.
Okay, wonderful. I anticipated having some neighbors here with some objections, and I've been in pretty constant communication. I don't myself live far from this neighborhood, and Mr. Phillips has been, I've been back and forth with him quite a bit, and he has one remark that I want to read for the record and maybe get your response to. I'm not sure that it's, that we need to change the plans, but he said, "I would also like to make all 12 lots the same size." And I don't know where that is driven from, and it's not common practice, but if you could just comment, I would be grateful.
I don't think that I had a nice, lovely conversation with him. He was very nice. He lives just to the north of this. I don't think that we could do that. Our largest lots, and we talked about this a little bit last night, are right here at 6 and 7. Just the way that's designed, partially because this is a little bit of a turnaround, so we have to make this lot in particular bigger, and then you kind of want the lot across from it to be the same size, so they're kind of symmetrical. I'm speculating his reason for that is why you've got 2 really big ones and then ones that are 10, and if you kind of spread that out, maybe they would all get a little, they would all sort of be larger than 10,000 square feet. But again, because of the way this turnaround, 3-point turnaround sits, we have this lot matching that across for symmetry.
Of course, and put the fire wife hat on, the fire engine has to get in and has to be able to turn along with the trash truck, et cetera, et cetera. So there really is no way to change that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I feel comfortable at this point, Madam Mayor, if you're willing to entertain a motion to move forward with item number 48A, B, and C with the red conditions from Mr. Lowenstein. Move to approve.
All right. Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion carries. Item 49, 24-06688 on the following land use entitlement project request on 15 acres at the northeast corner of Hickam and Jordanville Street. 49A, 24-0668-ZON from U Undeveloped PCD Plan Community Development General Plan Designation to PD Plan Development. 49B, 24-0668-MOD1 to amend the Lone Mountain West Master Development Plan to change the land use designation from PF, Public Facilities, to MFM, Multifamily Medium Residential. Item 29C. 49C, 24-0668-VAR1 to allow 21-foot tall retaining walls where 6 feet is the maximum allowed and an overall wall height of 21 feet where 12 feet is the maximum allowed. 49D, 24-0668-SDR1 for a proposed 3-story, 282-unit senior senior citizen apartment development. The applicant is Silver Desert Estates Limited Partnership, and the owner is United States of America. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 4. Councilwoman Polensky, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good morning again, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today on behalf of the applicant. The location of the property sits just to the west of the 215 and just to the north side of Hickam. In terms of access, if you're on the 215 and you exit off of Cheyenne, you come around to Cliff Shadows Parkway and Hickam, and then this is where the site is located. The site is currently owned by the BLM, and the city of Las Vegas placed a reservation on it to do affordable housing here. In January of 2024, the city issued or released a request for proposal to see if there would be any interest in development for an all-senior, and to be defined, that's 55 and older, an all-senior affordable community. They received responses, and in April of 2024, they awarded that RFP to the applicant today. So what is before you on the screen is the proposed project. It does consist of 282 for-rent, multifamily, 55 and older affordable units. The access would be here off of Hickam. I'm going to go through a couple of things, comments that we've heard. Hopefully I can address as many of the questions that I've heard or comments that we've heard over time on this particular site. So as I indicated, it would be 282 units. It does have a split of 191 one-bedroom units and 89 two-bedroom units. Because it is affordable, the rents are reduced, and included within those rents would be water, sewer, and any trash. The only thing that wouldn't be included is anything, for example, like internet or cable, and then electric. There's no gas to this particular site. As part of the RFP, we do commit to do a certain number of units at an area median income of 60%, and then a certain level at around 80%. So those rents, which granted would be just a guess at this point, they change every year based upon what the area median income is, but we do have that structured within the agreement with the city as to how many units are rented at what levels. When we did the original neighborhood meeting, there was a number of people who came and expressed concern about a number of things. For starters, that at one point this was meant to be a library. That was news to me. I had not heard that. So we did some research. We talked with the library district to understand what the history of that was. And yes, at one point, I think it was at least 15 years ago, maybe a little bit before that, the library goes out, much like the school district or the parks departments, they go out and they put reservations on things where they, BLM land, where they think they may have a need in the future. And then development occurred, and their first library on this side of town was the one in Summerlin. And then as they looked how the development pattern was trending, which was a lot towards Ward 6, they actually took the reservation off of this site and built the Centennial Library. So they kind of had the library in Summerlin Sahara area and the library in Centennial for this sort of C. So the reservation has been off the property for quite some time. There was never a plan approved or any dollars expended on this site, but nonetheless, the neighbors had that history right. It's just that the way the development patterns occurred, they never really moved forward on any real design or plan to do anything on this location. The other thing that came up in the neighborhood meeting, so through our design, we have a combination of 2- and 3-story buildings. And again, this is the 215 Beltway here. Just to the south of us across Hickam is a condominium community here. And then on the west and on the north is a single-family detached community made up of single-story and 2-story homes. So when we submitted to staff, we intentionally considered where those single-family detached homes were. And everything in blue is a 2-story building. The only things that are 3-story are up along the Beltway and a little bit right here, and then in the middle of the site. So anything in beige is 3-story, anything in blue is 2-story. And we did that also because this site, if you've been to the site or if you are familiar with this area, there's 40 feet of fall that starts on our west side and moves across the site towards the 215. So it really sits at a diagonal. So even by placing the 2-story buildings on that north side and that west side, it still sits lower from the adjacent sites next to us because of the way the natural topography of the site goes towards the 215. The other thing that came up in our neighborhood meeting was a concern in general about parking. Typically, senior projects across the valley don't require as much parking as a all-family or all-age type of projects. And even in the affordable world, sometimes there's even less parking that might realistically occur. But that was a comment that came up from the neighborhood meeting. Again, we had 282 units, and if I recall at the neighborhood meeting, I think we were providing maybe 270 or so parking spaces, so it was less than the total number of units. So we revised the plans, and the plans before you also have 282 parking spaces. So the community, 282 units. The community also has 282 parking spaces. We also heard a lot of concern over the access and the only access to this site being on and off of Hickam. And so we looked at that. Now, the reality is that is literally the only place we can take access to this site, no matter what gets developed here. Whether it was this or anything else, the only access to the site comes off of Hickam. You cannot access this, of course, off the 215. And then this right here to the north and to the west of us is a gated community. They take their access through this road and up to Cliff Shadows Parkway. Now, it looks like that would be a road that comes to Hickam, but what that is a emergency vehicle crash gate. So there's no access from this community out to Hickam. So here's who does have direct access, vehicular access onto Hickam. It is this particular site, and then it is this community right here. This condo community that sits to the north of us, their vehicular access is down here off of Alexander Road. So in terms of the concerns about can Hickam handle these units and the traffic that could come from that, the answer to that is yes. I've also had specific conversations with your Public Works and Traffic team about that because of the concerns raised by the neighbors during the neighborhood meeting. As I was going through, I'll just show you. So in terms of elevations, the elevations, they tried to mirror the colors that they saw in the surrounding community, which is a lot of desert tones. And so that's why you see similar colors here, the beiges, the tans, the brown accents. This is maybe a rendering that I think is nice to show because it gives you a little bit more of a perspective of what those colors look like. What I think is good about this particular exhibit is to show you that we have a natural arroyo that goes through the middle of our site. And on this site plan, you may say, what is this? Well, this kind of gives you an idea of what that is. So we would have pathways on either side of it. In addition to that, we will still have our own other amenities. That's not the only amenity in there. We'll have a fitness center. We'll have community washer and dryer so that residents can wash their clothes on site. All of the units, every building is elevator accessed, which means all of the individual units are accessed via internal hallways. There's no external stairs or anything like that. And so I thought that this was a good representation of kind of a rendering to show you what that would look like. Now, the other thing that came up from the neighborhood meeting was just a concern again about the heights of 2 and 3 stories. So this is a perspective, if you were in the community to the west of us, as a reminder, this street right here is what I talked about that doesn't have access to Hickam. It is an emergency access crash gate at Hickam. And so the front yards face towards the east. So what you see when you look here is this is somebody standing in the front yard of these homes looking east. This is that HOA's existing community block wall. And then beyond that, you will see the tops of the roofs. I won't say that you won't see any, but these are the 2 stories. You don't see any of the 3 stories. Again, that's farther away. That's much closer to the 215 than this. But this gives a little bit of a perspective of it's not at grade and then 2 stories. It is really the tops of the roof of that 2-story building that sits along our western edge. And then we went over and we did it from the perspective of the homes that are to the north looking, I'll say southeast, and that's the backyards of these homes. And so you can see through here, we do have to put trees on our side of the property. This is the existing homeowner's wall that's there today. And then you'll see, beyond that, you'll see the rooftops really of the 2-story homes that run along the north edge. Now, the reason I also like these 2 exhibits is we have a variance for the walls. And if you know this area particularly, you can kind of see it in the condo development that's to the south of us. The 40 feet of fall comes down, and so we have to do retaining walls on our north and our west boundary. And what's good about these 2 exhibits is to show that we are not increasing the wall height to the neighbors more than what they have today. So said a different way, our retaining walls stop at the bottom of these walls. They don't go or exceed the heights of those existing neighbor walls, and nor will there be a gap between those existing neighbor walls. But we kind of have to build up and shore up right to the bottom of where their walls start. So we do have a variance for that, which staff is recommending approval. But visually, what does that really look like? Because it seems pretty great in the variance, but it's because of that 40 feet of fall across the site. We have to do those retaining walls on the west side and on the north side of the site. I think I'll maybe pause there, and I'll come back up if there's any neighbors that have any comments or questions, and finish the presentation after staff.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, the proposed development will provide senior housing to the Lone Mountain West community, which has the capacity to accommodate the higher density required for this project. The development has been designed with sensitivity to existing adjacent single-family residential properties, as well as incorporating the existing topography into the site for use as open space. The requested variance for retaining and perimeter wall heights meets the requirements set forth by NRS for the granting of a variance with the site's extreme topography. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of all the requested applications. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing nobody, does the applicant agree to any of the conditions that have been not specified?
No, we agree with the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from city council members? Yes, yes, Ms. Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions, Ms. Lazovich. One is more superficial. You know, the trees that you showed in the renderings, are those what we would get on day one with the 36-inch box trees, which I'm assuming you have, or are those trees after 5 years of maturity? I'm just trying to get a sense of the vista.
That would be with some maturity.
Okay.
But what I was taking a look at is to see if we agreed to, I do not see it in here. I don't think that we have the condition for the 36-inch box trees on the perimeter, but that's something that we could agree to on the perimeter.
Okay.
And by perimeter, what I mean by that is on the north and on the west, up adjacent to where the single-family homes are, but on our side, we could do 36-inch box trees along the north and along the west.
I'm
Go ahead.
sure, I'll ask for that condition, I guess. I'm surprised that it didn't get brought up in Planning Commission. And then my second question is, I know with some of the affordable housing developers we have here in the valley currently, they offer programming and almost like wraparound support services or programming on site. What sorts of similar programming does this developer provide to its residents?
They'll do the same general thing where they'll partner with other nonprofits, whoever that may be, for in some locations, like it'll be 3 Square, or it'll be a shuttle service or something like that. So yes, they will partner with other agencies to come in and provide additional services.
Does anyone else have any questions? Yes, Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am really in awe of the opportunity to have this many new units of affordable housing for seniors available in our community. We are, at last count or most recent discussion, probably 80,000 units short just in Clark County. I did a little digging. If you all will just give me a moment. The average Social Security benefit for someone in Nevada is about $1,866 a month. And that's average. In my ward, many of my constituents receive substantially less. And for our seniors to be able to find housing that is this beautiful, with these types of vistas, with these types of amenities that they can afford, is a blessing. And I just think that, you know, as we are moving forward in our community, and we must increase density if we're going to meet the needs of our community members, and to have an organization come in to want to meet all of these prescribed variances, but also what the city is asking them to do in order that this fit beautifully in this community, is a really good thing. We're all getting older, and some of us are going to need this type of support. And if you don't, your neighbor may, your family member may. And I think that it's a good thing that we're doing this in such a respectful manner to those people who need senior housing. And so if no one else has anything, I'd like to make a motion.
Would you incorporate Councilwoman Bruni's condition in your motion?
Yes, ma'am, and I think that's absolutely appropriate, so that we'll get trees higher than that wall and get beautiful treetops in about 5 years. I would be happy to.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have a prepared condition to address that. I'll read that into the record.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lowenstein.
Sure. Added condition of approval will go on 24-0668-SDR1, which is item 49D. The added condition would read, the trees within the northern and western landscape buffer shall be a minimum of 36 box in size. Thank you.
We agree with that condition.
All right, fantastic. And then the motion has been made by Ms. Summers Armstrong. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 50, 24-0616 on the following land use entitlement project requests on .55 acres at the southeast corner of Harrison Avenue and Owens Avenue, T4-N, T4 Neighborhood Zone. 50A, 24-0616, VAR1, to allow stub street termini where a cul-de-sac or hammerhead terminus is required, and to allow a private street that does not conform to Title 19.04 complete street standards for public street requirements. 50B, 24-0616-WVR1, to allow a single-family attached residence that does not conform to Title 19.09 Form-Based Code standards for setback and frontage standards, Lot 1. 50C through 50E, 24-0616-WVR2, WVR3, and WVR4 to allow a single-family attached residence that does not conform to Title 19.9 Form-Based Code standards for setback, lot coverage, and frontage standards, lots 2, 3, and 4 respectively. 50F 24-0616 WVR5 to allow a single-family attached residence that does not conform to Title 19.09 Form-Based Code standards for setback and frontage standards, Lot 5. 50G 24-0616 SDR1 for a proposed 3-story, 6-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code standards, and 50H 24-0616-TMP 1 Owens and Harrison Residential for a 5-foot lot, single-family attached, and 1 6-unit multifamily condominium subdivision with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code standards. The applicant is CBLC LLC, and the owner is Cindy Braden. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, in our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Landon Christopherson, here representing the applicant. First, I'd like to thank Joshua Nolan. He's the planner that on the project. He's the reason why we're still here on the agenda today. So we wanted to give our gratitude to him. The project itself is 0.55 acres. It's at the intersection of H and Owens, where Owens itself breaks to a one-way heading west on Owens, and then Harrison is a one-way heading east. There's some access restrictions due to those one-ways. So on the site itself, we had to provide the stub street that comes in, which would access the garages as well as the parking for the 3-story, 6-unit condo. We have revised the site, again, thanks to Josh for his help. We have eliminated the majority of those setback waivers. We've provided 15 feet to the backyards. We have provided 10 feet from Owens and Harrison. And with that, we believe we have alleviated a lot of those problems. The street itself is 28 feet from flow line to flow line, which is the access that fire department has requested. So we meet those fire and safety requirements. Landscaping, we provided trees both along Harrison and Owens at 20 feet on center. The landscape material itself matches those that are requested for Ward 5. The project itself, there's 5, as we mentioned, 5 townhomes, which we have some of the elevations, the renderings, and since Planning Commission, we have set back the first floor to give a covered patio along that back to give some character on that back side. The square footage of the units are 1,580 square feet, total square feet, which is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1-car garage. Then we have the 3-story condo. Again, the materials that we've requested will be stucco with materials. We could use materials to give contrast to the building itself and some character, but we have agreed that the standards that will be set for the downtown historic area will meet those requirements, as we understand that those are still being written up. There's the rendering of the building, and the 6 units consists of 3 1,120 square feet, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and then 3 920 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1-bath units. When we met with the councilwoman's office, there were some concerns on the 3-story for some privacy, as you know, those lots are really close together. So what we have come up with is window treatments that would, on the 3rd floor, either be what they call the reeded glass or a smoke glass on those 3rd stories to provide privacy. We concur with staff's conditions and here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I'd like to get a staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Staff finds the proposed residential development is compatible with the adjacent development and redevelopment vision within the surrounding area of the subject site. Typical yard spaces and setbacks are difficult to meet given the unusual site shape, unique shape and limited dimensions of the subject site, create extraordinary circumstances wherein it would be a hardship to achieve conformance with Title 19 form-based code requirements. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the requested project. If approved, we would like to make the following condition changes as noted by the applicant. There was a shift in the buildings which have eliminated a number of waivers. So with that, I have quite a bit of condition editing at the moment, so bear with me. Starting with deletion of condition number 3 within applications 24-0616 waiver WVR1, WVR2, WVR3, WVR4, and WVR5. Deletion of condition of approval number 4 within applications 24-0616 WVR1, WVR5, and SDR1. Deletion of condition of approval number 5 within application 24-0616 SDR1. And then finally, revising condition of approval number 3 of 24-0616 SDR1 to reflect a site plan and landscape plan, date stamped 5/19/25. And forgive me, I believe I have one additional, revising the bullet point of condition of approval number 17 of 24-0616 SDR1 to read, the hybrid Palo Verde and Texas Mountain Laurel along the street frontages shall be replaced within an equal number of 24-inch box trees from the district-specific tree palette in Title 1909.040.C. Thank you.
Does the applicant agree to all the conditions?
Yes, we do.
All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody that would care to speak on this issue? Please come forward and state your name.
Forgive me today my appearance, but I just want to get down here to testify in behalf of some the revitalization programs. My name is William O'Neill McCurdy. I support this project because I think our councilwoman is trying to do something to revitalize her district. And during this particular time, I've lived here since 1952, and I have seen this area. We have property at 315 Harrison, and I support this young lady in her vision to do something to uplift and revitalize our community.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCurdy. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the council? In that case, are there any questions or comments from the city council members? Seeing none, is there a motion, Councilwoman Summers Armstrong?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say that I am so excited about this project. We have had several projects come before us that are rental, and this is a for sale product. And it is important that as we are revitalizing historic West Las Vegas, that we are conscious of the mix that we have rental, but that we also have for sale, so that our community will sustain its neighborliness and give people an opportunity to own in the historic West Side. So I thank you for your courage, and I thank you for your desire to do something that is really beautiful. When we met, I told you that when I was in the legislature, I stayed in condos that were almost exactly like this, townhomes, and we lived in a very comfortable manner. And so I'm just grateful that you're here, and Mr. McCurdy, thank you for coming down. You look fine for a Wednesday morning. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
All right, shall we vote?
And Madam Mayor, that's through you. That's with all the conditions as deleted and revised.
Would you revise your motion to incorporate the conditions?
I will revise my motion to incorporate all of the revisions that were presented by Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you so much. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're very excited. Agenda item 53. I've got 53. I think we just, okay. Let me revise that. I was getting too excited. Item 51. 24-0650 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 1.04 acres at 634 Northeastern Avenue, C2 General Commercial Zone. 51A, 24-0650-VAR1 to allow existing perimeter walls and fences that do not conform to Title 19.09 outdoor storage screening requirements. 51B, 24-0650-SUP1 for a proposed commissary use. 51C, 24-0650, SUP2 for a proposed open-air vending transient sales lot use. The applicant is Ibarra's Commissary LLC, and the owner is Juan and Norma Martinez Family Trust. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on 24-0650-VAR1 and SUP1, and approval on 24-0650-SUP2. These are in Ward 3, Ms. Diaz, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Would you care to state your name and tell us about your project?
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Jonathan with Ibarra's Commissary. I'm here today to propose the approval of 634 Northeastern Avenue as a food truck and food trailer commissary. The approval of this project will also aid in the approval of 38 more business licenses for mobile food trucks. This will also help keep businesses from seeking licenses in other jurisdictions. This is occurring due to the shortages of commissaries in the city of Las Vegas. As the food truck industry continues to grow in the Southern Nevada, we hope that we can count on your support in opening our second commissary.
May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, staff finds that the proposed commissary development is not compatible with the surrounding commercial land uses in the area, as evidenced by the requested variance 24-065-VAR1 to allow existing perimeter walls and fences that do not conform to Title 1908 outdoor storage screening requirements. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance and associated special use permit 24-0650 SUP1 for the proposed commissary land use. Additionally, the applicant has requested a special use permit 24-0650 SUP2 to allow an open-air vending mobile food vendor to operate on the subject site within a parking space in the front parking lot area directly in front of the building from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., where 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. is allowed adjacent to a residentially zoned lot. Staff has determined the request is suitable for the subject site, as the existing residential land use to the east of the subject site is approximately 205 feet away from where the food trucks will be located and will not be negatively impacted by the open-air vending operation on the site. Therefore, staff recommends approval of special use permit 24-0650 SUP2 with conditions. Thank you.
Is there anybody that would like to come and speak to the city council on this issue? Yes, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Samantha Silcox. I am also with Ibarra's commissary. To piggyback off of what Jonathan had mentioned for commissary use for food trucks and food trailers in the city of Las Vegas, it is really important to hopefully, have this project go through for the support of these food trucks and food trailers. What I mean by that is in order for a food vendor to get a license or a health permit with the city of Las Vegas, they need to have a licensed commissary for where they do the disposal of all their trash, their gray water, and make sure that they park in an adequate commercial area. Right now, we are seeing a lot of food trucks and trailers going outside the city of Las Vegas to find commissary, as right now, in the city of Las Vegas, there are not enough commissaries to support their needs. This also hinders food trucks and trailers to get their license in the city of Las Vegas because now they have to get licensing in a different jurisdiction prior to getting a license in city of Las Vegas because of lack of commissary. With the potential approval of our project here, I know it will bring multiple businesses back to the city of Las Vegas and help further develop this area with, more businesses, small businesses, and providing growth for the city.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to comment on this agenda item? Please state your name again for the record.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Campos, and I'm here regarding 51C, the special use permit for the open air vending. As you can see here, this is the land that they are planning to use for the open vending food trucks, and we are here. I only 48 feet apart from them. Okay, and only with a pony wall. So I think this will affect my business because unfortunately I cannot compete with a food truck expense because we are a full-size restaurant, okay? And also I think it will risk, since they will not have any bathrooms, as you can see, this is the restaurant, my restaurant, they could get access from the outside to the restrooms. And I think it will bring us trash and everything. Besides that, that street is full of restaurants and food trucks. In the front, there is El Pollo Mobile. On the other side, there is Maritierra, like Lapa Lapa. There is food truck already selling tacos, this is a taco cart also. There is another one, and this is all within 1 mile. We are all together. There is another restaurant. This food truck is only between 100 feet, which is I think from them the distance will be only 50 feet also. So like I said, there is another one, and this is our space. And I am not counting the big chains that we also have there. So like Jonathan said, I think the commissary will be good for the food trucks. And I think food trucks are nice because we can have all variety of food, But unfortunately, on this street, there is no control of the quantity. And if you while there, you can get from one to the other. If they are allowed to put the food truck, it's basically the distance from my space is when we are talking. So I respectfully will ask you to consider the negative impact that not only me, but all the full restaurants will have if we keep adding more open vendors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to the city council on this item?
Yes,
Please
hello.
state your name.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Kaler. Good name, Jonathan. I am Yolanda's brother. I would just like to say, location, location, location. oversaturation is what I would be concerned about, based on what Orlando was saying. Just having so many restaurants so close together, so many different options piled in all at once. It'll just end up impacting negatively on everyone. So just keeping it short and sweet, but just throwing that out
Thank you
there.
very much. Anybody else? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? In that case, is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. After we met in our office, Mr. Ibarra, I've received an influx of concerns over the commissary going into the space that you're proposing. Former Councilman Reese reached out to me, and he held my seat, and I have utmost respect for him. He thinks it's way too intense of a commercial use for all of the adjacency. As I looked at the map today, everything around you is highly residential. We have the senior affordable housing that's just on the other side of that wall. We have so many apartments on the other side of the street. We have so many homes. I just don't want to set a trend or a precedent where a major entry thoroughfare like Eastern and Bonanza, we're intensifying with what I would consider, I think a commissary is more of an industrial use and should go more in an industrial part of the ward. I have industrial parts of my ward, but I just can't conceive, after receiving several phone calls from community members, the sign went down for a bit, notifying people that of the intent to change what was going to go in there. I just can't, and especially after reading the staff report, I can't get on board with seeing that type of operation that close to the community, especially after receiving several phone calls from residents concerned about it. So with that, I am going to follow staff's report and recommendation for denial on all 3 items. That is my motion, Madam Mayor.
All right. Shall we vote?
Can I speak on, am I able to speak?
I think we're in the middle of a vote at this time. A city attorney, once we start the vote, can we open it up to the applicant to say another few words?
Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. It's your prerogative, Mayor, but I think the general practice would be, once there's a motion on the floor and you've called for the vote, to proceed with the vote.
All righty. Okay, we'll proceed with the vote. Please post. Okay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item 53, 25-0031 on the following land use entitlement project request on 2.16 acres located on the west side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 1,000 feet south of Lake Mead Boulevard, R-TH, single-family attached zone, 53A, 25-0031-VAR1, to allow a private street that does not conform to Title 19.04 Development Standards for street termini. 53B, 25-0031, TMP1, Contour Vesper, for a proposed 39-lot single-family attached residential subdivision. The applicant is Contour Builders LLC, and the owner is Decatur Lake Mead LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and our public hearings that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor. Greg Borgel, 3747 Heritage Avenue, representing the applicant here. I thought we would have our neighbors, but I'll tell our story regardless. This is first of all, unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission, and the applicant agrees to all conditions that were proposed at that time. The issue that arose, that I was hoping the neighbors were here for, pertain to this design, which created, at the neighbor's request, a dead-end street with a turnaround and a gate such that in an emergency situation, the gate would be available for access. And in a non-emergency situation, there is a turnaround for people who ignore the signage that's been proposed at the other end of the property, which would say something like no through access, or words to that effect. So, but they would be, anyone who ignored that would be capable of using this turnaround parking space. This is a project that was approved in its entirety, but at the time of the Planning Commission and the subsequent county or city council approval, the neighbors appeared and said that the only objection that they had was the through access to Fairhaven, which is this street here. And the applicant indicated that he would make every effort to redesign this situation so that there would be a gate here and for emergency access, and that there would be a turnaround, a non-standard design, but still a turnaround, to accommodate anyone else. And that is the variance that is before you today. In other words, the applicant has fulfilled the promise to the neighbors that he would make every effort to accommodate their concern by redesigning so that this would be a gated access for emergencies only, and separately a turnaround for people who might get lost on the street. We've coordinated that with the neighbors. They came out in favor of the project with the amendment, which is the map before you now. No further amendment was needed. And we also coordinated, because there had been a change in the in Councilman Summers' area. In other words, it was approved by her predecessor previously. And so we did consult with her office again, and I guess we have to make the assertion that the neighbors were happy at the Planning Commission in a unanimous vote there, and their absence today, I think, can be fairly construed as continuing approval. It's tougher to get people out when they approve. And so I would submit this as judgment for the new council and the new councilman, Councilman Summers Armstrong, who has met with us, and we told HER's office what we were doing, and I think I can paraphrase her to say that she prefers this plan, but at this point, I probably should just be quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Borgel. Could I get a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. As indicated, the proposed development was previously approved in November of 2024, except for the roadway not offering access to Fairhaven Street. The plan before you today is removing access to Fairhaven Street, and in doing so fails to comply with city standards for roadway terminus. Staff finds the variance request to be self-imposed and hardship outside the realm of the NRS for granting of variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request and the design-dependent tentative map. If approved, staff would like to delete condition number 4 of 25-0031-TMP1 as it's not applicable to the site. And then any future conditions, I'll wait for the councilwoman to give me direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing nobody else, are there any members of the City Council that wish to comment or ask questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate you coming down, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think this was a a good compromise because this is a higher density use and Fairhaven is in an RE zone. And so this is just respecting the neighbors who were there before us to make sure that what we're infilling, and this is something that I'm really working hard that we are aware of, that we are just respecting the neighbors around who were already there, and you all were just really amenable, and I'm grateful for that. One of the things I remember from Planning Commission, because I did watch it, was there was some question about no parking signs right outside the gate. And I think there was an agreement to install, and I'm asking Mr. Lowenstein if you could help us with placement, and how do we deal with that request if the developer is willing to pay for signs, and then how do we get them installed and placement, sir?
Well, as far as a condition, I can read a proposed condition into the record. I do have a vast Public Works Department staff right next to me that can address some of the actual installation comments. The condition would be added to the tentative map, TMP1, which is 25-0031-TMP1. The condition would read, no parking signs shall be installed adjacent to as well as 200 feet north and south of the subject site along the eastern alignment of Fairhaven Street at the applicant's expense. With that, I don't know if Mr. Norby or Mr. Robinson wants to comment as far as the coordination component.
Yeah, Joseph Norby, City Traffic Engineer for the record. On that, there's really two avenues we could go with that. We could condition, as Mr. Lowenstein has read in, for the applicant to do that, or we could let them develop, let the site come to fruition, and see, do we actually have a parking issue that we need to limit parking for? Looking at, some aerial imagery in the area, I don't see a vast amount of on-street parking along Fairhaven today. Not to say that there isn't, but it is less dense developed along Fairhaven. Properties are a lot larger, which allows for parking on property. So really, we could go one of two ways, Councilwoman, on that. We can condition, or we can wait and do a post-development review, at which point it would be likely be a city-driven initiative to go out there and take it through our Traffic and Parking Commission and then install the no parking signs if warranted.
What would your pleasure be?
My recommendation would be we wait and see if it actually creates a problem.
And we would certainly volunteer, if I may speak again.
You may, certainly.
When the decision is made, and we're still under construction, that we would certainly agree to participate in signage on Fairhaven prohibiting parking, since we wouldn't want people parking in front of our gate anyway, but we would want to limit that to adjacent to our property. We wouldn't want to improve Fairhaven with street signage that might not be the desire of everyone in the community overall. So if there is an inclination to approve it while we're under construction, so that we're there and can participate in the signage along Fairhaven adjacent to our property, that is something that would not be a problem for the developer. However, it also strikes to the question of is a study perhaps needed, because we're now crossing a city-county boundary as well, and issues that I would vote with staff to say that you ought to have a study in hand before you decide how much of the street would need signage. However, we certainly would participate to the extent that we have frontage on Fairhaven for that portion of the project. And that's, once again, I'll stop talking.
Thank you. So the conundrum is always, do we wait, what I'm hearing is, do we wait for the study? Because that's what we do as municipalities. But I think we also have to weigh that with expectation of the neighbors and those people who came out to the Planning Commission meeting. I think have an expectation that we were going to be proactive in having the signage there. And it may end up that we don't have a problem with parking, but my aunt said to me once, Aunt Ann, she said, we have to begin as we intend to proceed. And I'm trying to begin this process of building trust in communities as we are infilling from the beginning, that we try and keep our word and are as conscientious as possible with neighbors, and that we meet their expectation. So I would like to have the signs installed as you are under development, and whether we need them later or not is okay. We will have kept our word, and we will have stood with the community to be as thoughtful as possible. And so that would be my motion, if you could include that.
Before we have your motion, may I ask, would any other city council member care to speak? And does the applicant accept the conditions?
Certainly can do that adjacent to our property. We're not volunteering to do signage up and down Fairhaven. So yes is the answer. Yes, adjacent to our property.
Thank you so much. Would you repeat your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lowenstein is signaling.
So revise the condition as I already read in. It would say no parking sign shall be installed adjacent to the subject site along the eastern alignment of Fairhaven Street at the applicant's expense. So it's basically no parking sign shall be installed adjacent to the subject site along the eastern alignment of Fairhaven Street at the applicant's expense. And it also includes the deletion of condition of approval number 4 on the tentative map.
Right.
Thank you, that's the motion.
There is a motion on the table. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. It's nice seeing you, Mr. Borgel.
Thank you. And for those who don't know me or perhaps aren't familiar with the mayor as well, we have worked together over the years on any number of projects. And so when she says it's good to see me, I take it as that you are welcoming me to come back from time to time.
Anytime, anytime. Agenda item 55, 25-0043-VAR1 variance, applicant owner Charles Edward Groves, I hope I'm saying that correctly, and Carrie Renee Groves, Living Trust, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a proposed patio cover that does not conform to Title 19.06 Development Standards for setbacks and height on 0.46 acres at 6235 North Eula Street, RE Residence Estate Zone, Ward 4, Ms. Alan Polensky. The Planning Commission recommends a 7-0 vote, approval, and staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Jessica Lane with Proficient Patios, representing Mr. and Mrs. Gross, the homeowners. We are here requesting today a side setback reduction where a 10-foot is required to build an Alumawood patio cover to cover his RV. So there is a 10-foot requirement there. We are requesting to reduce it to a 4-foot setback to the overhang and 5 foot to the post. This is sort of an aerial of where the proposed cover is wanting to get built at on the side of the property. Obviously, they're bigger lots. The color, it would be a solid cover, and the color would be resembling the color of the home. There is no HOA in this community, and we did get a sign off from the neighbors stating he would have no problems with it. And that is pretty much it, Ms. Berkeley.
Thank you so much, and may I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Fuller for the record. Mayor, per the submitted justification letter, the applicant is proposing to construct a patio cover to provide shade for recreational vehicle parking. However, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property have been presented to warrant the requested variance, and as such, the hardship is self-imposed, and staff recommends denial of the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this issue? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments by members of the City Council? Is there a motion, Councilwoman Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the applicant bringing what I would refer to as a clean application. No opposition. I appreciate you getting a signed letter from the neighbor in support. I move to approve item number 55. And we're very pro-RV in Ward 4.
Thank you.
Shall we vote? Please post. Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 56, 25-0046-SDR1, Site Development Plan Review, applicant owner, Good Cluck West LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 2,380 square foot restaurant with a drive-through and a 3,067 square foot office building development with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements on 1.69 acres at the southeast corner of MLK Boulevard and Cary Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission voted 7-0 for approval. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, Steve Winfield, 6865 Antler Court.
Would you care to tell us about your project?
Yes, this is a quick serve, sit-down restaurant with a drive-through and also a office building, and we agree with staff recommendations for approval.
Okay, may I have, thank you so much. May I have a report from the staff?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The proposed development as designed is compatible and harmonious with the surrounding future land development in the area. It also adheres to the minimum Title 19 development standard requirements, except for landscape buffer waiver, which staff finds minor in nature. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the requested site development plan review subject to conditions, and I'll wait for any further direction from the council.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Please come up and identify yourself.
Yes. William McCurdy, Las Vegas, Nevada. I like to support this item because of the fact back in the 60s there was a restaurant located at that particular site called the Colony Club. And also it was Cooper's, it was another separate club. So that area is very familiar. It's right across from the Martin Luther King Senior Center, and we need economic development in historic West Las Vegas. So therefore, I support my councilwoman as she strives to bring economic development to that underserved area.
Thank you, Mr. McCurdy. Would anybody else care to say anything to the City Council? If seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Does the applicant agree to all of the conditions?
Yes.
All right. Any questions or comments from City Council members?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yesterday during our meeting, I did raise a concern about the entrance off of Miller. You have an entrance on Martin Luther King and you have one on Cary. And I was just wondering if you would consider closing the Miller entrance, because straight down there's one lot adjacent to you that is empty, but immediately after that we begin residential. Would you be interested or open to closing that so that we only have the 2 entrances and we don't end up with cut-through from Cary onto Miller?
I believe we need a little bit more time to investigate whether or not that entrance was required. I did look at the staff report, which provided analysis of Cary Avenue, and per that report, it states that that street is wide enough to support the anticipated traffic for this site. But it's something that we would be willing to look into.
Staff, could you help with this, please?
Sure, Madam Mayor. So the staff report does address the trip generation levels on the roadways, and Public Works can speak to that, but some communication with fire as far as fire access. The ingress egress from Miller Avenue is not a requirement on their behalf, so they can still serve the subject site fine with the other 2 access points. So, I don't know, Joe, you want to jump in?
Yeah, Joe Norby, City Traffic Engineer for the record. Just as we look at it, there's obviously pros and cons that come with adding or removing site driveways, and a lot of that has to do with how that site disperses and arrives from the site. I share your sentiment with it being heavily residential. What does that do for drawing additional traffic up and down residential streets that do not currently have such traffic? From a traffic operations standpoint, that would leave all of the site driveways as right in, right out only, which does make it easier to egress out, but it does make it a little bit more challenging with potential U-turns that do have to happen to get, ultimately traffic to where it needs to go. For that being said, Public Works supports the removal of the driveway on Miller if so desired.
Is there, Mr. Lowenstein, first of all, would you all be willing to agree to that condition, since since we can still meet our public safety requirements without that entrance off of Miller?
At this time, we are unable to agree with that, given that it is approved and allowed. Yeah.
Okay. Can I have a moment, please?
I beg your pardon?
May I have a moment?
Of course you may.
Thank you.
Yeah. This has been an extremely long meeting. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 5 minutes after 12? Okay?
have Ito work on it.
This is a challenge, okay. All right. I'm going to reconvene our meeting. Councilwoman, do you care to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do we have enough folks?
Yes, we have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. My motion would be approval with the condition that the Miller exit and entrance be deleted, and that you have enough. Our public works folks and our fire folks have indicated that there's enough entrance, egress, and egress and ingress off of Martin Luther King and Cary to meet your needs. And so if you will agree to that, Mr. Lowenstein can read a condition into the record. If you...
Okay, well, let's, Mr. Lowenstein, can you, could you restate the motion with the conditions?
Sure thing, Madam Mayor. The motion, as far as I have heard, is a motion for approval of the project subject to an added condition, and that condition would read, a revised site plan and landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Community Development prior to the submittal of a building permit depicting the elimination of the ingress-egress to Miller Avenue. The revised plan shall depict a continuous streetscape, landscape, and interior parking where the ingress-egress previously existed. Thank you.
Is that your motion?
Yes, ma'am, that is my motion.
And does the applicant agree to all of the conditions?
No, not this time. Your associate had offered that maybe we could shuffle this to the end for further discussion.
You want to obey it? Or trail it?
Trail it.
To the end of today's meeting?
Yeah, we can trail it to the, sorry, Chad Hamilton. We can trail it to the end of this meeting. There's got to be a solution that we can come up with possibly that maybe eliminates maybe access out on the Miller, no left turn or something. But for this late in the game, this thing's been in design for 4 years, and to ask us right at the last minute to remove a complete access, we should come up with a different solution.
Legal counsel, can you please advise?
I'm sorry?
Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. The condition as written by Mr. Lowenstein and expressed can be imposed without the acquiescence of the applicant. It's appropriate, again, as Councilwoman said, based on Mr. Norby's description from Public Works and also the impact. I don't see a reason why it can't be imposed.
So do we want to do we want to vote on this, or do we want to postpone it until the
It's Councilwoman's prerogative. I think at this point, Councilwoman Summers Armstrong has a motion on the floor, so if she wants to pull it back and make a new motion, she can, or otherwise, she can confirm that she would like that motion voted on.
I just don't want to impose it without them having digested the change.
Let's say that again.
I just don't want to impose
Yeah,
the change being.
I'm going to vote for the project with or without this. Councilwoman, what would you care to do?
Okay, I think maybe we obey this for one meeting. I still stand firm on my position because, again, this is an infill project. And I think that it's important that you all understand the importance of development in this community being respectful of an already built community. I'm not asking you to do anything outside of normalcy, except not have an egress or ingress on a residential street. You will still have access on 2 major streets. Martin Luther King is a freeway, 3 lanes, as is Cary, which is 2. I'm just asking you to be respectful of a residential community, and I don't understand the pushback, but if you want to talk about it some more later, we can. I'd be happy to obey it, but I think I don't understand what the resistance is. But if you want to talk about it some more, we can embed this for a meeting if you want.
What is the pleasure of the applicant?
Chad Hamilton, yeah, I think that would be our wish, is to further talk about it, and we can push it out.
Okay.
So we can push it, we can put this motion back on our agenda for the following meeting,
June 4th.
June 4th meeting. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
All right. And then in that case,
Does she have to rescind her motion?
yeah, that's my question. City Attorney, do we just move on, or does the councilwoman rescind her motion?
Councilwoman, did you rescind your first motion and revise it with that motion to obey just now?
Yes, thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor for an abeyance to June 4th.
All right. All right, shall we vote? Post? Motion is passed. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Agenda item 57, 25-0059-VAR1 variance, applicant owner Las Vegas Clark County Library District for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow an animated wall sign that does not conform to Title 19.08 Development Standards for Size and Residential Protection on 2.54 acres at 1861 North MLK Boulevard, CPB Plan Business Park Zone, Ward 5, Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and member of the board. My name is Melvin Green, KME Architects, 5195 South Durango Drive, 89113, representing the applicant.
Mayor, City Council, members, Kelvin Watson, Executive Director for the Las Vegas Clark County Library District.
Good morning, everyone. John Vino, General Services Director for the Library District.
Would you like to tell us about the project?
Absolutely. This project here is a monumental project that will bring prestigious area to the West Las Vegas neighborhood. It's a 43,000 square foot library, two-story on approximately 5 acres. So we are requesting a variance for the signage package. The first variance is for a area increase from 10% to 15%. You can see here we have the actual LED sign here, and it is below the top of the soffit, and it's in line with the actual window wall. So we're requesting that that be approved. And the second item is the variance for the distance between the single-family residential property, which is across the street. So that should go away in a matter of months because we're getting that rezoned from single-family to commercial. And we're requesting that the City Council approve that variance as well. And then the hours of operation will be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I know that was a concern with the Councilwoman. So we wanted to make sure that we adhere to that, and we adhere to all of the standard conditions as imposed by the Planning Department, and we respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, May I have a staff report?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing an animated wall sign that fails to comply with Title 19 development standards. In view of the absence of any hardships, it is concluded that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature and is thereby outside the realm of NRS for granting variances, and therefore staff is recommending denial of the requested variance. I would point out that condition number 1 does state that the wall sign shall not be illuminated between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. daily.
Okay, thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Please state your name for the record.
My name is William Odell McCurdy, Senior. I'm in support of this project because on the northwest corner is what we know as the Westmoreland Building, which now is Cox Cable. Across the street, the City of Las Vegas Housing Authority property. To the north, there are more commercial buildings on the north side of West Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King is a north-south egress route, which has a lot of traffic. Right across the street from the library board is property owned by the church, which we had a meeting with Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church. They supports the project. They're in the process trying to get that property rezoned to commercial, which will eliminate the requirement that the library have to go and get this zone variance. I am very much in support because this community is in dire need to have a commercial led sign because of the simple fact when there are events going on at the library, which they have a community part and then they have a library part, that those community members that have events at that library should be able to advertise. In West Las Vegas, we do not have the luxury to having all of the other parts of the amenities that they have in other areas. So therefore, the church supports it, the pastor supports it, Reverend Walton T. Smith, he's out of town, and he supports it, and their trustee board supports the library getting this sign. And while I'm talking on that, I'm gonna make it very fast and quick. I'm very concerned that the library has to dead end at Doolittle, which Doolittle is a public street and is right away at the New Jerusalem Church, which is a through street, need to be cut straight through so the kids from Matt Kelly can access the library. So I will be talking to my councilwoman in reference to that. But I hope that this board will support the library board because I supported East Las Vegas Community Center. I served on the Housing Authority Board. I made the motion that the Housing Authority gave the property to the library board, so I'm supporting West Las Vegas.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCurdy. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this item? Staff, are there any conditions?
No additional conditions.
All right. In that case, are there any questions or comments by the council members? Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to direct my comments to Mr. Green. I've
Yes.
seen 2 renderings today of quite impressive buildings that you've designed. If you're interested in doing any work in Ward 4, call me.
Absolutely.
Well, that's a lovely recommendation.
Okay. You will not be over here trying to snatch our talent. That's no. No. She's absolutely right, my colleague. This is absolutely beautiful. I'm so excited, and I appreciate your proactive work to change the zoning of the parcel across the street, which was making the conflict. So that makes it so much easier for me to make this motion, which is for approval of the application as presented. And thank you, it is beautiful. I'm excited, very, very excited to see it open.
Could I just say one thing? It takes a team, so it's not only Mel Green, it's our whole team of engineers and architects.
Mel Green and the team.
Yes, thank you.
Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 58, 25-0060-SUP1, special use permit, applicant Armando Santiago Delgado, owner VIV Rancho Pavilion DE LLC et al. For possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 2,100 square foot alcohol on premise full use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from an individual care center licensed for more than 12 children and a 60-foot distance separation from a church house of worship where 400 feet is required at 721 North Rancho Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission voted 7-1 in favor. Staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon, madam. My name is Gaspar Andrade, 3200 Abil Street, and representing the owner. As you mentioned, our license is for a full liquor license on an existing restaurant located on 721 North Rancho. Staff recommend approval. We're agreeing on conditions. Also, Planning Commission recommended approval. We here respectfully requesting your approval also.
Thank you so much. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The proposed use is consistent with the uses allowed in a C1 limited commercial zoning district and can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody care to comment on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, sir, for coming to meet with us. And if no one else has any comments, I would make a motion for approval with the conditions that are already there.
Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 59. 25-0065 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 17.70 acres, generally bounded by the Ruston Road, Larry McBride Street, Sheep Mountain Parkway, and Trails End Avenue Street alignments. 59A, 25-0065-GPA1 from PCD, Planned Community Development, to ML, Medium Low Density Residential. 59B, 25-0065-ZON1 from U, Undeveloped PCD, Planned Community Development General Plan Designation, to R-SL Residential Small Lot. 59C, 25-0065-VAR1 to allow proposed private gated streets that do not conform to Title 19.04 Complete Street Standards from Street Termini. 59D, 25-0065-VAC1 for a petition to vacate U.S. patent easements in portions of the public right-of-way, Trails End Avenue and Ruston Road. 59E, 25-0065-TMP1 Rocky and SMP for a proposed 77-lot single-family detached residential subdivision with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is Tri Point Homes and the owner is C-SWDE 382 LLC et al. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends approval on 25-0065-GPA1 and ZON1 and denial on 25-0065-VAR1, VAC1, and TMP1. These are in Ward 6. Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich here today representing Tri Point Homes. The location of the property sits north of Kyle Canyon Road, and Rocky Avenue kind of goes right through the middle of the site. TriPoint is proposing to build a single-family detached community split between Rocky in the middle. On either side will be a gated community. This is a detention basin, which for things in this Kyle Canyon area are somewhat consistent on plans that we come through with. And then, as we know in Ward 6, we have added additional open space and amenities in this location right here for our residents. It would have, we kind of are theming different amenities. And in this particular community, we've got a turf area, and then we've got soccer, like a soccer net right here to practice goals and things like that. We, just a blow up of that if you want to see, this is where the soccer grass area is with the soccer net right here, and then this has got a different area for seating and bag toss and things like that over in here. So we would ask you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation of support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Staff finds the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning are appropriate for the area, as this land use category and zoning district accommodates single-family detached residences and is consistent with the intent of the Kyle Canyon Special Area Plan. Staff recommends approval of the general plan amendment and rezoning. Staff does not support the use of stub street termini and supports Title 19 complete street standards. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance, the vacation, and the tentative map. Thank you.
Is there anyone that would like to come and speak to the City Council on this item? Seeing nobody, I will close the public hearings. Is the applicant willing to agree to the conditions?
We are.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the City Council members? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion by Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question, Ms. Lazovich. We had talked about conditions regarding the detention basins. Is that condition in this particular application? I think you mentioned in a previous meeting it is.
I know what you're talking about. Yes, it is under 26, it is under 26-0065-TMP1 under planning, number A, that's labeled as A in the staff report. In the future, the on-site detention, if in the future, the on-site detention basin is determined by the city engineer to no longer be needed, a maximum of 4 additional lots could be added. That addresses this area. If there's a more global approach to drainage in this area, then what that is kind of accounting for is you could add additional homes here, but it would be a maximum of 4 additional lots.
Great, thank you. Thank you for this project. I think it looks great, and as I shared earlier, we have, as you saw from the map, we have very few neighbors still out there, but so the fact that we got 6 support cards actually shows that it's a huge win for the community. So with that, I will make a motion to approve item 25-0065, A through E.
I think that's 59.
Did I say 59? Yes.
Okay. All right, shall we vote? Please post. Okay, take your time. Okay, motion passes. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Agenda item 60, 25-0080-SDR1, Site Development Plan Review, applicant owner Nevada Health and Bioscience Asset Corporation for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review for a proposed reduction in square footage of an approved medical office development with waivers of Title 19.09 form-based code development standards on 9.11 acres at the southeast corner of Pinto Lane and Shadow Lane. T6 UG, T6 Urban General Zone Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm Michelle Brigida with Carpenter Sellers Delgado Architects, architect for Nevada Health and Bioscience Corporation.
Would you please tell us about your project?
Absolutely. So it's the second building on NHBC's campus, located on Pinto and Shadow Lane. And programmatically, the building will be housing laboratory components supporting UMC, a blood bank, and some administrative offices as well supporting the program. It's 34,000 square feet, two-story. We reduced it in height. Unfortunately, budgets happen, and the previous application was approved. Certainly, we've done a lot of work with NHBC and the team to make sure that the vision is maintained to elevate the services that are provided through good design. And these are some of the renderings expressing some of the branding that addresses Nevada Health and Bioscience Corporation as well, and how this building has been shaped up to this moment. So we would like to request support of the project.
Thank you so much. Is there a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, staff finds the applicant is proposing to underdevelop the subject site in a manner that does not ultimately support the Vision 2045 downtown master plan, and as such, staff recommends denial of the site development review. Thank you.
Is there anybody wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there conditions that the applicant would have to approve? None, okay. Are there any questions or comments from the city council members? Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion, Councilman Knutson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the presentation. Just for this council's knowledge, this is a project that's funded through the ARP funds through the state of Nevada as well as through the city of Las Vegas, and we've been closely working with NHBC as well as UMC and the potential blood bank partner. So we've had multiple conversations about this, and this is a positive step forward in the growth and development of the medical district. So thank you for the presentation. I'll move to approve.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion passes.
Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Thanks for coming in. Agenda item 61, 25-0168-ROC1, review of condition, applicant owner Rebel Land and Development LLC, designated Series D, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a review of condition of approval number 5 of an approved special use permit, which states the sale of individual containers of any size of beer or wine coolers is prohibited. All such projects shall remain in their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no repackaging of containers into groups smaller than the original shipping container size shall be permitted on 1.15 acres at 890 North Pecos Road, C1, limited commercial zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
I am here. My name is Raj. I am representing Rebel Convenience Stores, specifically the store at 890 North Pecos Road. We are a nationwide company with over 500 stores throughout the U.S. We have about almost 50 in Las Vegas. Rebel was founded and is still led by a retired Las Vegas police officer who was injured in line of duty. His commitment to public safety did not end with the service. He still works there. In fact, our corporate security team is made up almost entirely of retired law enforcement officers. They actively monitor our stores, the security footage across the valley, and they regularly audit operations for compliance and safety. We are here today seeking your approval to remove an outdated condition that prevents our store at 890 North Pecos Road from selling single-unit alcohol containers. We already have a valid alcohol license and operate with full compliance. This condition restricts us from offering products that are legal, regulated, and already being sold by many of our competitors already, including national chains. And I believe that creates an uneven playing field for us specifically, especially considering the national chains. And I guess the biggest thing for you guys is the major concern that often comes with single container sales is vagrancy, loitering, trash. I want you guys to know that we do not ignore these issues. And I want to be very clear, our store operates with strict ID compliance, 24/7 security monitoring by our security team, and a zero tolerance policy for loitering, especially public consumption. We do everything in our power to maintain a safe, clean environment. One challenge that does affect perceptions is the vacant property next to us, which is not owned or controlled by Rebel. And unfortunately, it's become a site for sore eyes, and it's become a site for homeless encampments, and it doesn't look good for us either. Unfortunately, it's as a private party, we're legally restricted from taking enforcement action there. That said, after speaking with the city and Councilwoman Diaz, we are in process of coordinating with a special division within the Metro PD that can help us resolve these issues proactively. And that's the responsibility that we aim to hold ourselves to, not just right now, but in the future, should we be approved for this condition. And we're not asking for special treatment, just fairness. Let us compete like our neighbors, meet customer demand, and continue to be a responsible business. We are willing to work with staff on reasonable operational conditions if needed. And we respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Does staff have a report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Staff supports the conditions placed on the approved special use permit by the City Council in 2008 and therefore recommends denial of the review of condition request. Thank you.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Does anybody care to comment on this item? Seeing nobody, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sometimes you do former council members a solid, and then sometimes you don't. I know that former councils don't like us changing what they implemented or deployed, but after much thought and consideration, I appreciate you bringing up basically that you do hire retired law enforcement officers for your security teams. That's helpful for us to know that you deploy strict ID compliance. That's super important for me in this area because you're strictly across a pool and a park, and Desert Pines is really close to you, so I do not want to see any sales to minors that should not be consuming alcoholic beverages, period. Doesn't matter if it's one or a 12-pack, that shouldn't be happening. But as I reviewed this, I saw that there were other convenience stores within, a stone's throw from you that are able to sell singles and you're not. And I didn't think that that was fair. And I think that as long as you promise that you're going to continue to ensure the vagrancy, loitering, public consumption, all of that does not happen on your premises. And I do want to come back because when we remove a condition, if we see that we did a mistake, it's really hard to institute it. So I do want to have a required review of removing this condition in 1 year's time, just to make sure that I'm making the right decision. If for some reason we don't see follow through on your end, or on your end, I can then reinstate the condition back, because I wouldn't want to kind of pull it off and then see that it's going all, like the unintended consequences that none of us want were to happen, and then I have no recourse. So, Mr. Lowenstein, what would that required review condition state?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, the condition would read, an administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of final approval. At such time, if issues exist, the required review shall be referred to the City Council for review, whereat the original condition of approval could be reinstated.
Does the applicant agree with the condition?
Yes, I do.
All right.
All right, so with that, City Attorney, I just need to make the motion to remove this condition from Or what would, I'm trying to make sure I have the right motion.
Your motion language, which you can take from me, will be move to approve the review of condition with the new condition stated by Mr. Lowenstein.
Okay, that is my motion.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion passes. Thank you for coming over.
Thank you all.
Agenda item 61. Set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 63, citizens' participation. Public comments during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Seeing no one, I will move to item 64. Item 64, council emerging issues, discussion regarding potential items for future city council agendas or awards. Any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda, and no discussion regarding the substance or any such proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. Do any members of the council have any topics they would like to bring forward under this item? Nope, seeing none, we will move forward. Agenda item number 65. Council members' recognition comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. How about we start with Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. We had a lot of lovely events in Ward 5. On May 21st, we had big hats, floral dresses, sneakers and pearls Mother Day event out at Floyd Lamb Park. We partnered with my colleague, Councilwoman Bruni, Clark County Commissioner William McCurdy II, and Congressman Stephen Horsford for an unforgettable event. We had a blast. We danced. Fans were popping out there. It was a lot of fun. And so I'm just really excited for these collaborative events. The sad part was that Cassandra Lewis, who is the recreation coordinator at Doolittle Active Adult, is announcing her retirement. She has put on some amazing events over the years, and we're going to miss her, but we are hopeful that her staff will take over and continue that wonderful just community access. Next, there was...
Before you move on, would you invite me to next year's tea? I would love to go. I have some great hats.
Oh, my goodness. And only if you promise you'll let me look in your closet and borrow one, because mine was just so-so. It wasn't a hot hat. So.
You are very welcome, anytime.
You're invited, absolutely. Okay. On May 10th, we I participated with the mayor in El Dorado Days. I rode Big Red. We had so many fun participants. It was beautiful. The mayor looked great sitting in a convertible and was interviewed and just had some wonderful things to say about El Dorado. So we're hoping that it will pick up steam and be an even bigger event next year. That same day, on May 10th, we were at the Doolittle Community Center celebrating their 30th anniversary. Folks were out there in the garden picking fresh fruits and vegetables, but we also had a group called United Movement Organized Kindness. They were there also, and they gave out free cleaning supplies to 170 individuals representing 60 families. It was just a beautiful event. So many wonderful things are happening in Ward 5. The next item we have is we had a quick turnaround park cleanup at Ethel Pearson, which is at the intersection of Washington and D Street on May 17th. Get Outdoors Nevada had a little time on their schedule and did a quick outreach. We had actually, this was at the beginning of the event. We had more folks come later. We were out there for a good hour and a half cleaning up trash in and around the park. Ethel Pearson is a beautiful park. The trees are amazing, and we just want to encourage our community to use our open space. It was amazing, and I'm grateful for Get Outdoors Nevada to help us just keep our parks clean. On Monday, I don't have a slide for this, but on Monday, the 26th of this month, we will be celebrating having a Memorial Day service and a remembrance at Woodlawn Cemetery. That's at Four Master and Las Vegas Boulevard North. We invite the public to come out. We will begin at 9:30 a.m. at the Bunker, I said Woodlawn, didn't I? It is Woodlawn Cemetery, and we will be at Bunker Mortuaries and Crematories, 1500 North Las Vegas Boulevard. So if you would like to come out and just stand with us as we honor those who have fallen in the line of duty, we would love to have you. On Wednesday, May 28th, we will be at the Pearson Community Center. Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority is doing a broad community outreach, trying to encourage small businesses to participate as contractors in the rebuilding of Marble Manor. This is a 7 or 8 year project. There will be lots of opportunities for small businesses to contract, and so we encourage you all to please come out, get engaged, learn how you can boost your business by participating in this wonderful redevelopment effort. And finally, it's a little ways out, but Juneteenth Festival 2025 is just around the corner, Saturday, June 21st, beginning at 4 p.m. at the Expo at World Market Center, 435 South Grand Central Parkway. We are celebrating freedom, culture, and community at this year's event. It has a wonderful lineup of entertainment, singers, dancers. There will be vendors, food trucks, wares, different community organizations will be there. If you are a community organization or a business and you would like to vend, please go to www.june19lv.com to sign up to be a vendor. But most of all, I want you to join me and Commissioner William McCurdy and Mayor Pamela Goins-Brown as we work together to participate in this wonderful celebration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's go. On May 8th, I was proud to honor Raiders President Sandra Douglas Morgan with my first ever Lotus Leadership Award. Sandra is a tremendous force in the Las Vegas community and continues to enjoy trailblazing career. Congratulations, Sandra. The same day I attended the Asian American Pacific Islander Appreciation Day here at City Hall. A big shout out to David Valverde and other city staff who did an exceptionally beautiful job and thoughtful job planning and executing this great event. For the second year, I had the opportunity to highlight Ward 4 teachers with an Excellence in Teaching Award. On Friday, May 9th, I was able to surprise Mrs. Jewell, Mr. Sable, and Mr. Cardy with certificates, cash prizes, and gifts. Teachers, thank you for your dedication to our students. And a huge thanks and shout out to Republic Services, Southwest Gas, and Western Elite for sponsoring these awards. Next up, on Saturday, May 10th, my staff attended the 32nd Annual Flag Retirement Ceremony hosted by the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution at the Nevada State Veterans Cemetery in Boulder City. These ceremonies are a way to show reverence and patriotism and provide members of the community with an opportunity to learn how to properly dispose of a U.S. flag that is worn, torn, or faded, or no longer suitable for display. And last Monday, Mimi and Brooke from Just One Project gave me a tour of their campus with a mission aimed at increasing access to food resources and supportive services. This organization is striving to build stronger, healthier, and a more connected community. On Friday, I spent my morning attending the annual Mark Carey Day at Mark Carey Elementary School. The event is held in honor of Officer Carey, who lost his life in the line of duty on October 11th, 1988. And to boost recruitment efforts, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue held a women boot camp on Saturday. I was happy to attend and speak to the candidates, or the potential candidates, and it was attended by over 25 women who are interested in working in the fire service. So way to go, ladies. And next up, tomorrow evening, I will be hosting the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial Ceremony with Mayor Berkeley and Sheriff McMahill. Please join us at Police Memorial Park, located at 3250 Metro Academy Way, for a 7 p.m. ceremony. As we pay tribute to our dedicated law enforcement officers who have been lost in the line of duty. And to commemorate Memorial Day, Mayor Berkeley and I are hosting a walk of honor to memorialize our fallen service members on Friday, May 23rd. Please bring a photo of your fallen service member and join us at Police Memorial Park at 7:30 for a somber walk among 7,000 American flags. All are welcome. And we'll be having Major C.J. Wilkinson from the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency will be speaking about the powerful work the agency does to recover service members' remains and return them to their families so they can be given a proper burial. The walk will begin at sunset and candles will be provided while supplies last. Next up, are you looking for tips and resources to improve your overall health? The Durango Hills YMCA is hosting a info session on Saturday, May 31st from 11:30 a.m. to 12:45. On Saturday, June 7th, Councilwoman Bruni and I are excited to co-host the Dazzle Prom. This special event will be a wonderful collaboration with several community partners. We cannot wait to welcome individuals of diverse abilities for an unforgettable evening. And lastly, do you have any information regarding the 14 missing kids featured on this slide? Please take a look. If so, call LVMPD Missing Person Detail at 702-828-3111. And of course, at-risk youth and runaways, there is always a bus ride home. Please call. And stay connected with myself and staff on social media platforms or contact us directly. Please call us at 702-229-2524. We are always here to provide any assistance that we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This day is Eat More Fruits and Vegetables Day, so it's a good idea to eat more fruits and vegetables. And Ward 1 Summer Splash is next month on Saturday, June 28th from noon to 2 p.m. Come out and enjoy a day of sun, fun, and water at our Ward 1 Summer Splash at Garside Pool. Thanks to the staff of the city to help put that on. And that's all I got. Thanks, Mayor.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh, my goodness, okay. Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Thursday, May 8th, I was honored to attend the official ribbon-cutting ceremony for our Las Vegas City Hall location within the Junior Achievements BizTown. The ceremony included remarks by a special mayor elected by Lunt Elementary School students, and there was an adoption of an ordinance and the distribution of certificates of recognition for outstanding and dynamic workers for the day. Thank you to Dr. Melich's team for helping design a replica of our Las Vegas City Hall that will allow students to learn more about city government and the important work that we do in our community. Friday, May 9th, I was able to attend the UNLV Latinx celebration, and I was happy to return to my alma mater. Not so happy to think that it's been 25 years that I graduated as a student from UNLV, but it was a really special celebration for all graduates that had bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees programs and were going to receive their diploma in just the course of a few days. So I just want to say congratulations to all UNLV graduates of all levels, and can't wait to see what you're going to do next. We've been really busy in Ward 3 with our annual tradition of rose distribution for our Ward 3 high school graduates. I started my annual rose distribution for this year with the Valley High School on the left. And last week, I visited Rancho High School, my alma mater for high school, for their grad walk. And it's a place where my journey begun as a student and continued to UNLV. So I just want to say congratulations, class of 2025. It's the first class that went through high school uninterrupted. No pandemic interrupted their ability to be in the school setting, and it definitely shows. And I was really excited to be amongst this class. So their hard work, resilience, and determination have brought them to that moment, and I hope parents are happy that their kids are finishing this chapter, and hopefully, from what I heard from many attendees, they're moving on to CSN, trades, and college systems. So the future is bright for us. Wednesday, May 14th, we took a tour of Hebron here in Ward 3 on Las Vegas Boulevard. I had heard a lot about what Hebron does, and I was able to be on campus to learn about and see for myself the incredible services that they provide to residents. It's a 124-unit of supportive housing community for seniors. There's over 50 veterans that call that place home, and formerly homeless individuals are trying to make a real difference in getting back on their feet and in a community that makes them feel loved and welcome. A big thank you to Chief Kindness Officer Meredith Spriggs and the property manager Malik Russell for showing us around and sharing their programming and everything that they do. And it's very resident driven. There's a lot of programs that the residents are very proud to do, like their community garden right there. So I just can't wait to go back, because she told me that there's a lot of in-kinded updates that will happen to the campus, to their pantry, to different areas that need TLC, and I can't wait to go back and check those out when those are done. On Friday, May 15th, I was able to tour the Fire Station 8. A huge thanks to the team at Fire Station 8 for the warm welcome and for showing us how they protect our community on a daily basis. They got a call right mid-tour, so a few had to be deployed to that call, but they don't just respond to fires, they respond to a high volume of medical emergencies and help coordinate hazmat incidents out of this fire station too. So it's really cool, and I'm very grateful for their service and dedication to our city. Strong Start Go mobile pre-K promotion ceremony was just yesterday. My colleagues, MPT Knutson and Councilwoman Summers Armstrong, and I were able to attend the Strong Start Go mobile pre-K promotion ceremony at our historic 5th Street School. The ballroom was amazing. They did a great job decorating. We were worried about the kids falling off the stage for a little bit, but I think between the three of us, we did a really good job in making sure they stayed on the stage. I just want to thank all the parents, the teachers, and all of the city staff that made this celebration so incredible. We wish all of our pre-K graduates the best as they continue into kindergarten, and hopefully some of them will go to our Strong Start Academy. And I do want to give a special shout out to Ellie, who's Steph Arochi's daughter, and she was a graduate in attendance yesterday. So congratulations, Ellie. Just the last couple of announcements. I want to let everyone know, if you have a teenager who has been considering the idea of being a local elected official, there's an opportunity opening up. We have our newly created Las Vegas Youth Advisory Council that they can be a part of, and they'll be really doing some work that matters. So this is a chance to learn about the intricacies of local government and how they can start to step up and make a real difference in our community. The deadline to apply is Sunday, May 25th. And the link is there, or the QR code is also there, so if you want to snap a picture or Google Youth Advisory Council, for City of Las Vegas, you'll get there. And that's all from me, Mayor. Thank you so much. My information is there, and we're always here to serve you when you need us.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Bruni, thank you so much for your patience.
Of course, thank you. Can I actually start by asking the city clerk to record my votes on items 36 and 37 as a yes, please?
Will do.
Thank you. So thank you again to the Alterwoods family and Walker Furniture for being such great community partners and for beautifying the spaces in which we live, work, break bread, and rest our head. Earlier this month, we were pleased to host a Jazz Under the Stars concert at the Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater, which more than 1,000 neighbors enjoyed. Thank you to Vegas Jazz Orchestra and Jazz Outreach Initiative for your partnership. And thanks to Boxed Butcher, a Ward 6 business, for providing some savory treats. Last week, we held our monthly bocaditos with our neighbors. It was a great conversation about a wide range of topics. Thank you to our engaged residents. I was pleased to acknowledge some of the amazing Kitty Ward fourth graders who participated in the Great American Award, and they're also great Nevadans. I have no doubt that many of them will be running for city council one day. Last week, I was honored to serve as a keynote speaker at the graduation of 12 women at Florence McClure Women's Correctional Facility who have graduated from CSN's HVAC and hospitality certificate programs. As someone who testified in support of CSN's inaugural prison education program in 2017, it was great to see how this program has grown and how many lives it has affected. As a side note, Councilwoman Diaz, I saw your quote from The Alchemist, and I thought it was interesting that my entire keynote speech relied heavily on that same quote from Coelho's The Alchemist book. Last week, Team Bruni's Maddie Weingart attended the Promotores Las Vegas and Partners Mid-Year Mixer. PLV is an organization dedicated to reducing health and social disparities by creating strategic community partnerships to offer preventative health care programs, mental health awareness, educational and cultural programs. It is a bittersweet moment that Team Bruni is saying farewell to Jessica Funderburk, who's been a wonderful part of our team for almost a year. Her positive energy and proactive problem-solving mindset, her willingness to roll up her sleeves and help with any task, and her warmth has made her a tremendous asset to her team, and she will be missed. And while we say farewell to Jessica, we hail the arrival of Eliseth Lopez de la Torre, who has joined our team after we poached her from Ramiro Reyes and his team in the Office of Government and Community Affairs. Moving now to upcoming events, please join us in the Iron Mountain HOA on May 31st as we gather to celebrate community while watching Ratatouille, which is one of my favorite movies. As Councilman Diaz mentioned, please, young people in Ward 6, if you're interested in serving our community, please consider joining our Youth Advisory Council. Applications are due by May 25th. My colleague, Councilwoman Alan Polensky, has already mentioned the Dazzle Prom, but I did want to note that our space is limited and RSVPs are filling up fast, so please don't delay. Hold your RSVP today and get your ticket. As always, we want to hear from you. You can call 702-229-5463 or email ward6@lasvegasnevada.gov. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, and this meeting of the City Council is now adjourned. Quick question, everybody. Show of hands. Do you want to take a 5-minute break, or should we power through this? We have one more meeting.
Power through it.
Power through. Okay, we're powering through. Okay, well, in that case.
Councilwoman Seaman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.